All right. So I got the schedule out a little bit late, but it was out. So we're gonna start with just a quick talk over like health and stretching and kind of stuff like that. Um, I don't think my face cam video works when I'm streaming, unfortunately. Well, this kind of sucks, but oh well. Um, so yeah, so the first thing we're gonna go over is like health and stretching and like what being playing esports competitively, as this is an esports camp, kind of entails. Um, and then we're gonna kind of go over Kovacs, which is what we were gonna do last night, but we kind of ran out of time. And then we'll go into to some Q&A sessions over heroes. What I the second half of this first part today, so the 2 to 3 hour block. What I'm going to say about this is, if you guys don't have any questions or if you don't like participate, it's going to be kind of boring because we're looking for like how do you survive this dive as a Zenyatta or an Ana? How do you how do you avoid this counter? How do what compositions should I be looking for? What hero should I expand my hero pool? It's basically just a Q&A on anything and everything within Overwatch, which you should have questions. Whether it's questions that are very simple, like how much damage does a soldier actually do in like 5 seconds, or if it's something more complicated that I'm gonna have to start like drawing for, that's totally fine. We just need to make sure we're aware of it essentially. But first and foremost is going to be health. So there are kind of three aspects to what we're going to talk about as far as the health and the trying to be in your peak for esports. The three of them are diet, exercise, and sleep. So I'm going to go in reverse order of what I just said because sleep is the easiest one. You need sleep. As gamers, we tend to have not everybody, but we tend to have the schedule of we go to bed at like 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Now your parents or guardians or whatever might not allow that, but we tend to be night owls as a community. We tend to want to go to bed as pretty much as late as we can. And we don't like mornings, so we get up as late as early as we get up as late as we can as well. That's pretty normal for our community. And I'm not gonna people function at different times. If you don't have to do anything until 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, and you don't you're totally fine going to bed at 1 or 2 o'clock at night, I'm not gonna tell you when to go to bed. What I will say is that there is a stark drop off in your reaction time, in your ability to like your cognizant ability, your brain ability to actually figure out what you're doing on your screen and think ahead of time, not go on autopilot, things like that. When you don't sleep enough, and so if you find yourself in this position of I just want to grind, I want to get better, I want to get to GM, I want to get to top 500, I want to get to OWL, whatever your goals may be, which we're going to talk about goals here in a second. The end result is that you guys need to be able to sleep to do that. So I've had players before that will come to me and say I'm not improving, I'm grinding 8 hours a day, so on and so forth. But they'll tell me they're sleeping like 5-6 hours. They can't sleep because they're just thinking about what they could have done better the day before in those games or whatever, because they're trying to make it professionally. They're trying to turn it into a career, so they're very worried. Those kind of habits aren't conducive to actually doing well. Those kinds of habits are that's when you start getting into the obsession range, into the addictive range of esports, and not really into the I'm trying to get better for my career or for anything else. So sleeping consistently, same time you go to bed, same time you wake up, try to make it 8 hours, stuff like that. Really actually try to make it 9 or 10 hours because you wake up during the night, and that doesn't count. It's not cognizant, which is the whole sleep theory thing. So we're not going to go into that. But I do want to make sure that we are sleeping enough, and everyone says duh to that. But I try to drive home that point only because that's something that people in the esports community don't do. And I'm one of them. Like I played professionally for about 2 years, and I played into 2 3 a.m. pretty much every day, and I got up for classes at 7 a.m. and then I would take like a 3 hour nap in the afternoon, and then I'd get up and do it again. So I was sleeping like 4 hours here and 3 hours there, and I was like, it's 7 hours total. That's good enough. And it's like this not good enough. Like it does not work. Um, yeah, it's not a good idea. Second thing, exercise. So another thing that our community is known for not doing. Now this isn't verbatim. I think there's a lot of people in our community that do this well and do this consistently. But for you to function at your best, you need to be physically fit. Now, does that mean you need to have a six pack and and you can run a mile in under 5 minutes and blah blah? No, absolutely not. None of that. It doesn't matter. It just means that we're still doing something physical. We're still it's still reaction time. It's still you're using your hand-eye coordination. It's still those things, and because it's still those things, we need to make sure that we are in a physically fit enough to actually perform at the top of those at those things. It's been shown that people that are again, we don't have to go to extremes of like six pack or anything, but people that are extremely obese or extremely malnourished have lower reaction times, have more of a problem with hand-eye coordination, things like that. So staying physically fit is really important. The other reason staying physically fit is really important is we sit in a chair for hours and hours and hours a day. And that's not healthy to sit in a chair for hours and hours and hours a day. Now, does 70% of the working class in America do that? Yeah, they do. They sit in a 10 by 10 cubicle and or 5 by 5 cubicle, whatever it is, and they sit in a chair and they work on a computer. We're just playing video games instead of actually working, or video games is your work in my case. But it's still important that we get up, we move, we do things like that. And that's why we're going to go over practice schedule and how to schedule your time and everything. And you're going to notice in that schedule, there's a lot of breaks. There's a lot of get up and move around. There's a lot of go drink water. There's a lot of things like that. Speaking of which, where's my water? I must have left it in the kitchen. So there's a lot of stuff like that. And because there's a lot of stuff like that, because we sit in chairs, there's going to be a lot of breaks. There's going to be a lot of get up and go move, because it's important. We're still human. We can't just sit at a computer for 9 hours a day and not get up and not feel stiff, not feel dehydrated, not all this other stuff. And you know what, you guys are young enough, maybe you can, but by the time you're like 18, you can't do that anymore. Like we're not built for that. We need to go to the gym. We need to we need to be in shape. We need to stretch. We need to do things like that. So you need to keep that in mind. Last thing is diet. This is probably the last thing that anyone expects me to talk about with esports, let alone what to talk about with like 14, 15-year-olds, because or however old you guys are, because generally metabolisms during puberty and during teenage years are so high that you can literally eat whatever you want and you're totally fine. But this has nothing to do with weight or metabolism or anything else. It has to do with eating too much sugar, caffeine, or like fatty oils and stuff like that. It messes with your reaction time. Like I said yesterday, we're going for consistency, right? Like no one cares if you can pop an Adderall, drink 2 Red Bulls, and down a bag of hot Cheetos or whatever, or like a bunch of gummy bears worth of sugar, and then sit down and look, all of a sudden you can climb 400 SR. But every time you don't do that, you also drop back down to whatever you were originally at. We're going for consistently better, right? And if you need Adderall for medical purposes, I'm not putting down that drug. It's known to be the equivalent of HGH in baseball for esports. It helps with attention and reaction time and things like that. But caffeine, same thing. It increases reaction time, focus, things like that. And maybe it's not a regulated drug, but it's a drug. And I usually tell players, like, hey, you drink a coffee in the morning, no problem. Like you drink a soda a day, not really a problem. You slam 3 Red Bulls because you're trying to go into scrims and you're trying to impress the coach, that's a problem. You cannot and should not do that. because it leads to really bad habits, and it's not consistent. It's not consistently better. You're not actually getting better. You're relying on an outside source to improve innate abilities, not actually learn how to be better. Same thing with sugar, except sugar's not even a good drug for this. Caffeine's much better, but sugar can make it so your APMs are faster, so you're a little more focused, so you react a little bit faster, things like that. So you're not like, your comms are a little bit more, things like that. But if it's not consistent, it doesn't help, right? So consistency is what we're going for. So things like Adderall when you don't need it. If you need it, completely different conversation. Not putting down ADHD. It's a real condition. It needs real attention. Not putting that down at all. But if you're one of these, not you, but these people that say, I just want to get another 100 SR, and I know them, I've been around these people, or that, hey, I want to be, I got a tournament coming up, and they go to their doctor and they either ask for Adderall specifically, or they fake ADHD symptoms or whatever it is, and they take Adderall. That is not good overall for the health of the person, for the career of the player. Nothing. It's the same thing as taking HGH in baseball or any other steroids in football, basketball. It's just not good. It's not something that we need. We want consistent, fair play. And Adderall in someone that does not need it is not consistent or fair. Caffeine and sugar to a lesser degree, same thing. Is we want consistency. Okay. Any questions about what I just said as far as health and safety and all that? Nope. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna quickly go over how to make a schedule. And this shouldn't take long. This is going to be your homework. Yes, you have homework at this camp. No, I will not just check it. It's not going to be like I'm sitting here like, okay, well, if you didn't do your homework, you can't come to the next day of the camp. It is your prerogative whether you want to do homework or not. You will get more out of the camp if you do your homework. And you will get more out of the camp if you do something decent. Do the entirety of the camp, right? Instead of just a little bit. I just realized I put the wrong times in for these camps. Whatever, that's fine. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So this is Google Calendar. It's a really good tool. It's what I would ask you guys to do your homework on if you wanted to do it. And by the way, I don't need to know your entire schedule. If you want to send me your schedule and say, hey, is this good for like creating a calendar and keeping track of my own stuff? You can totally do that. I'm not going to ask you to do that. I don't need to know your personal lives. I don't need to know any of that. And my schedule is very normal. It's very empty because I'm not in class right now. I'm not, college classes hasn't started yet. So my schedule is pretty empty. But as you can see, anything Overwatch related, I just put in red. It's these camps. I actually did it wrong. It's 1 to 6, not 1 to 5. But that's fine. These Overwatch camps I put in, I play flag football on Saturday mornings. I go to church on Sunday mornings, and then my dog has a vet appointment at 12:50 on Saturday. So these are all things that I have to do that I put a schedule in. If you want to see what this normally looks like, I think I still have this in here. Yeah. So this was my class schedule and my study schedule last semester. Is I have, I still have church on Sunday, and then I have all the stuff in blue is classes, all the stuff in this weird purple is practice or homework for those classes, all the stuff in red is OU college stuff, OU Overwatch stuff, all the stuff in green was an open division team I was coaching, and so on and so forth. And then this is my lesson planning for the week so that I actually knew what my team was practicing that week. So you can put a lot. As you can see, this is a very in-depth schedule. It starts at 8 a.m., 3 days a week, but it starts at 8 a.m. and ends at 10 p.m. or whatever. And that's because we never double blocked into 11, which we probably should have been doing. But this is what I'm asking you guys to do is schedule out all your time, right? If I was going to enter my schedule, let me go back to July here. If I was going to enter my schedule, say that I decided that today after camp, I decided I want to actually do my practice schedule. I'd block out time for practice. I'd say, okay, first first 30 minutes here is for Kovacs training, for aim training, right? And then I'm not going to actually do it because I don't want to enter all the information. But next 30 minutes, I'm doing self-VOD reviews. I'm figuring out what I can do better. Then I'm taking a 5-minute break, and then I'm going to go for the next hour. I'm going to do comp practice, and then I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and the next hour I'm going to do comp practice, and then I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to do comp practice. I'm going to end about 10:30. That's a 4.5 hour practice, right? And you enter all the information, so you can change the color down here, so to whatever you want. So like this is red now because it has to do with Overwatch. You enter a title. You can change the time and the dates here. If you're going with somebody and they also keep a schedule, obviously for practice. I mean, if you do a queue, I guess you could do this, but you get the point. You could put yourself as busy or free. Like if I have office hours, I put it as free, because if someone wants to do something during my office hours, I can just say, I can double up my schedule and be totally fine. There's a lot of different colors. Reminders, you can put no reminders. You can put 5 minutes before, 30 minutes before, all this other stuff. This is really important for just life. Getting organized is one of the best ways to show that a certain level of responsibility and a certain level of professionalism within whatever you're doing. This doesn't apply to just Overwatch. Like, if you are going into college, high school, I mean, heck, even some of your middle school, I would really encourage you guys to say, hey, like, my middle school or high school classes start at 7:30. So from 7:30 to 8:40, 7:30 to, however long your classes are, 7:30 to 8:30, I have, history, U.S. history, whatever. And from 8:30 to 9:30, I have this. Like, do you need a reminder that those are the classes you're in? No, you don't need a reminder. So you can set no reminder. But at least on your schedule, you can see what everything is. And you can see, hey, this day I have this, this, and this. So maybe at 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock right before dinner or whatever, I should schedule to do my homework for the day in these 2 classes, right? And it's a lot, and the reason I suggest this, there's 2 reasons I suggest this. The first one is that if you can show responsibility and you can show organization and you can show all these things, people are more likely, to leave you alone, right? I cannot tell you how many times my parents would not leave me alone about if I had done my homework or not. If I had, before I played video games, even though I was getting paid for video games, they still wanted me to do my homework first, which is reasonable because education is really important, right? All this other stuff. And the second, so A is you show responsibility, you show organization, you show all these things, so people will leave you alone. And B, you don't miss stuff. I mean, how many, I'm 26 now, but like how many, be honest, guys, in your own heads, you don't have to actually tell me, but be honest. How many times have you gone into a class and they said, turn in your homework? Or how many times have you gone into a class saying, hey, there's a test today, or there's a test tomorrow, there's a quiz today, a quiz tomorrow? How many times have you just forgotten? You didn't do the homework, you didn't study, you didn't even know there was a test that day. That test was 10% of your overall grade. You're like, oh, well, I didn't know that was happening. Guess I'll do my best here. How many times does that happen? Legitimately. Come on. At least once a semester, minimum. If you're anything like me, probably like once every 2 weeks minimum in high school. This avoids that stuff. It frees up your time. It really does. Because I schedule free time. Like, if we go back to my schedules in March or whatever, like going through like March 18th, which is I think where we were anyway, like it shows you where you're free. It shows you like, hey, I have music history. I'm a music major, so I have music history. I have an hour for lunch, and then I have office hours for 2 hours, and I can just sit here and do my office hours, and then from 3 to 6 basically, I mean that's free time. So it also frees you up to say, I'm going to do my work now because I know where my free time is. I know where lunch is. I know where dinner is. Now, for you guys, you always know where lunch and dinner is because lunch is usually at school and dinner is with your parents, whatever they make or whatever they get, right? But it shows the free time. And the other thing is you can show this to your parents and say, hey, like, this is what I'm doing to try to be responsible for my own schedule and be responsible for my own grades and things like that. And it's really important. And I want to drive home that point as much as possible that it's really, really important. Because it's one of those things that all adults do and almost no teenagers' kids do. And it's one of those things that the adults don't tell you how to do this. They don't tell you when to do it. They don't tell you how to start. They don't tell you anything. They just say, oh, you don't keep a schedule? Well, why not? It's like, well, no one really told me to. I'm 17, 18 years old, and I'm about to go into college, and I have no idea how to do any organizational skills. Well, here's me, an adult, telling you how to do organizational skills. This is how you do this. This is how you should be doing this. You should be keeping a schedule. You should be organized. You should be able to know when you're doing what, so that if you tell a friend or if you tell a colleague when you have colleagues, or you tell a peer, hey, I can study at this time, they're not texting you 5 minutes into that time going, hey, where are you? Like, this is how you avoid such situations like this. This is how you do better. So your homework, one of your homeworks, you'll have two because you didn't have homework last night. You'll have two homeworks. One of your homeworks is to make a schedule. Again, am I going to check it? No, absolutely not. Is this going in one ear and out the other to some of you? Probably. But it's a really, really good tool to keep up. And it's a really easy tool to keep up. It takes like 5 minutes to make your schedule for the week on Google Calendar. And it's free. Everyone has Gmail, I assume. Like, pretty much. And if you don't, that's also free. But it takes 5 minutes to make an email, to make your schedule for the week. And you can have these be reoccurring. Like that church thing is reoccurring. If I go to next week, and flag football, they're both reoccurring. I can just keep going week by week. So if you know, like, every day I have this class schedule and these extracurriculars, you can just set those and set them reoccurring every week forever, or reoccurring up till this date and things like that. It's a really easy tool. It's a really easy way to do stuff, and it's one of the things that a lot of people don't teach you that they should. Okay. Any questions about this? Come on, someone's got to have a question, or at least say okay. Sure. That's up to you. So I've done both. So when in here, like I just left it blank this last semester, but I don't know if it saved it from this semester because I kind of deleted stuff from this semester. Yeah, no, I didn't save for last semester. So in the spring, that's the wrong way. In the spring semester, I went ahead and left it blank. But in the fall, I actually blocked out free time in gray. So I did this, and I blocked out in gray like that. And it depends on what kind of person you are. If you're like a type A personality where you like everything punctual, you like everything organized. You hate being late. Messes like give you anxiety. You might want to block out your own free time. And especially if you're like one of these people that like really hates work, but you're a type A personality, then like you might want to block out your free time, because if you can set a reminder 30 minutes before you have that free time to say, hey, you have free time, that might be the push you need to finish the homework before that free time starts. Stuff like that. If you're type B and you're like, I'm type B. If you're type B and you're a little more lackadaisical about stuff, and you don't really need the organization, you just use it to say, I don't really want to miss an appointment. I want to be professional. I want to be responsible. I don't want to leave people questioning whether I'm going to show up to something. But you're type B and you're a little more lackadaisical about things. You can just not block it out. It's really personal preference more than anything. Good question though. May I think so. 2 months about. Yeah, it's one of those, Elijah and Zach, which came in here yesterday, and most of my actually not even most, all my players that play on my top team at OU will block out their practice and their schedule times. So they'll block out like, and I'll do this too if I ever decide to actually like practice, but I'm primarily a coach. I'll block out, say, like 30 minutes here, and I'll say like Kovacs training, right? And it'll be a different color. I'm just doing this quickly. And then here it'll be like self VOD reviews, which we'll talk about later. I think we'll talk about that tomorrow. Whoops. Well, okay, it's the wrong day now. Why is it the wrong day? Move over here, please. Move over here. Move over here. Why? What is it doing? Okay, there we go. And then I know to take a 5-minute break, and then this is comp for 1 hour, and then I know to take a 5-minute break, and this is comp for another hour, and I make sure to do it separately because you want to do a 5-minute break between every comp session and stuff like that. And then I want to end at 10. We'll say comp for the next hour, and then so like all my players will do this. Right? And that's 3 hours of comp going into it with a self-auditing, meaning you know what you're going to be doing. Like, you know what you're going to fix in this 3-hour session. You're not just going to comp to win. You're not just going to comp to, hey, I'm having fun with my friends or whatever. You're actually sitting down and practicing. Does that mean you can't have fun with friends? No, absolutely not. But you're actually sitting down and practicing something. You're going in and saying, Alex, you're going in and saying that you're alphabetically the first one, so I just pick on you. So Alex, you're going in and saying like, okay, I'm gonna do self audit review. I'm looking at my own gameplay from yesterday, from whatever I played here, right? I'm going in and I'm going, okay, I need to stick to cover better. My beats are late and my amps are early. I need to amp later because I'm wasting it until we get actually to the team fight. I need to beat a little bit later. By the way, these are not like your problems. They might be, but I'm just saying random stuff. I need to beat a little earlier. People are dying when I'm like in the air for the animation, so I need to anticipate that a little bit better. And then I'm getting hooked or getting shot off corners, so I need to make sure that I'm using natural cover. And then you go into these 3 hours and you actually execute that plan. You say, okay, I'm gonna beat a little bit earlier. I'm gonna amp a little bit later, and I'm gonna try to not die as much. I'm gonna lower my deaths by saying next natural cover, staying around things, not challenging so many like McCrees or hogs from hook range or blah blah blah, right? And you do this right now. I'm gonna have to delete this, but you do this, and you get in there and you actually work on those things in your schedule, and that's a really important thing to do. All right. Any other questions, comments, concerns before we get into Kovacs? No? All right. All right. Do your schedules. If you have any questions about anything, schedules or otherwise, let us know. It's something really important, and I would really suggest you do it. Okay, not video, screen. All right, let me get my screen one up. It's loading Kovacs. Just give it a second. Okay, so I'm going to go over some basics. Elijah's going to take a lot of this because he's the aim trainer extraordinaire. I'm just going to go over some basics. Does everyone or will everyone have this? Does everyone have Kovacs or will have Kovacs, so on and so forth? Okay. You don't have to have it right now. It's not something that you need right this second. And it is $10 on Steam. So it's on Steam. I assume everyone has Steam, but it's on Steam. And then you go and it's $10 on Steam. It's a very, very extremely useful tool. I know a lot of people have like free stuff like Aim Labs and I think Beast Aims is free or something. And I don't know much about the Beast Aims one, which I doubt anyone has because that's more of a, I think Call of Duty players use that more. But Aim Labs is not good. If you have it, delete it. It is not a good aim trainer. It is not a good system to use. And there's no way to improve it because it's not sandbox. It's just what the developers put on there. So I would really, really suggest... I would almost suggest no aim trainer over Aim Labs. It's close between the two, but I would suggest Kovacs 2.0 over everything. So we're going to teach you something called the Vaultic system. The Vaultic system is a system in Kovacs. So Kovacs is a sandbox, meaning you can create your own scenarios. There's a ton of online scenarios, as you can see. There's a ridiculous amount. You can't... So... we're going to teach you the Kovacs system, which involves playlists and involves 18 different scenarios on how to train your aim. Some of these scenarios are better than others, but they are benchmarks to show you how good you are. And then there's a ranking system within Kovacs. So it's in Gmail. It's in Google Drive. And I will send you guys this sheet so that you guys can fill it out yourselves. But just so you can see it, where are we? There we are. Okay, so it looks like this. And essentially you have intermediate requirements and advanced requirements. Advanced requirements I haven't even gotten to yet. Elijah's on the advanced requirements, so you have it's a recording system. You only record high scores. These are the 18 scenarios, and there's a ranking system. So for example, my high score on Pesu Vaultic Easy is 57, so it's one above gold. So I am gold, so you can see that I'm gold there. B180 Baltic of 68, so I haven't gotten to gold yet. But I'm higher in silver, so I'm silver rank. You can see silver. Popcorn is the easiest scenario out of the 18, so I'm all the way up at platinum already. Silver on all of these. This is what bronze looks like. If you don't reach bronze, this is what this looks like. I'm really garbage at tracking, so that's myself. Golds and silvers. To show you how hard this system is and how much it's meant to improve your aim, I am a GM Ana Zen Lucio player, basically. I'm a 4K exactly player at support, and I am a Masters player at both tank and damage, which I believe all three of those ranks trump anything you guys have as far as ranks in Overwatch are concerned. Now, that's not me saying to brag. That's me saying all of my ranks trump all of you guys' ranks, and I am barely silver in a lot of these. And I'm not silver in a lot of them. I'm not even ranked in 2 of them. Right? This system is hard. That's not me saying, oh, look how much better I am. I'm better than you as a player. It's not. Y'all will be better than me as a player soon. Like, no problems. It's just that this system is hard. I just say that to say the system is hard. It's meant to be hard. If you go to the Kovacs benchmarks, that was like last camp's Kovacs benchmarks. You'll see a lot of these players never got past like ranked. Like some of them didn't rank in anything, right? And some of them were pretty decent players. Diamond plat players, and they never ranked in a lot of their Kovacs stuff, right? This is a hard system, but it's a system that works. And if you want to get more specific, once you get to Snipes levels, once you get to Elijah's level, if you get to Elijah's level, you can get to much higher stuff. Yeah, and Elijah, you can see he's plat or diamond in basically everything, except for clicking static. Elijah, what is that about? Oh, you're just okay. You just don't want to improve your speed right now. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so you can see like he's that's Elijah's stuff, and Elijah is 4,400 plus, and like one of the better aimers I've ever seen in Overwatch, and he's not even like pure diamond across everything across the board. I'm sure he could be if he tried to grind it hard enough, but that's the point. Is this system is really hard. But we would use this system. So if you download Kovacs, if you actually want to use the system, again, we're not going to force you on any homework. We're not going to make you spend $10 more. We couldn't if we tried. I'm not into that kind of a thing. But if you're interested in this system and you're interested in Kovacs, during the break, just DM me or DM Elijah, and we will we'll send you the benchmark progress sheet. You'll go up here to File. You'll hit Make a Copy. You'll hit Make a Copy. And you will, so we'll send you the file, you hit Make a Copy, you make your own copy, you save that copy, and then you update the high scores on that copy. And then we'll send you and then these are the scenarios and playlists. So you create a clicking dynamic playlist with these 3 scenarios. So you just go to Kovacs, go to online scenarios, you say the first one is Pasu Baltic, easy. And you go over here to add the scenario to a playlist. You make the playlist, you add the scenario, and then you add all 18 in 6 different scenarios, all the different colors. And then you play all the scenarios twice. And that's how you get your benchmark scores. And then you just play them 20 to 30 minutes a day before you play Overwatch, before you touch your mouse. 20 to 30 minutes a day, you just play them. And they're going to... we'll demonstrate a couple of them. So, Elijah, before we start demonstration, do you have anything to say to add? Yeah. So just to show you, we'll show you a couple things. So we'll show you a couple things in each one. Vaulted clicking dynamic is essentially you're not moving, and the things die in one shot. So you're just clicking on things. So, B180, for example, is these bouncing things. and you just click and point, and you click and you kill them, right? And if you miss, you'll notice at the bottom, B180 pistol. You'll notice at the bottom, if I miss, it goes 2 out of 3, 1 out of 3, 3 out of 3. There's a charge rate for the pistol if you miss 3 in a row. So you try not to miss 3 in a row if you can help it. And you just click around and you just do this. And so you miss 3 in a row, it recharges, blah blah blah. You do this. Okay, cool. Does that make sense to everybody? This is all the clicking. It's just stuff that dies in one click. So you're just point clicking. It's flicking. If you're familiar with that term. Yeah, that's a good point. So like a lot of people when they start doing this do this to the targets, where they like try to track it through everything like this. You don't want to do that. The way you want to play it is more like this, where you like flick to it, and it allows you to, and like you're gonna miss more at first, but it allows you to the opportunity to like learn actually what the scenario is trying to do, because you can play these scenarios wrong. So you just do this, right? Settings-wise, by the way, in Kovacs, if you're interested, you set it to Overwatch. There's a bunch of different games. You set it to Overwatch. You set your sense at whatever your sense is. FOV measurements, you set it to Overwatch, which basically just means this is 103. Make sure your max game FPS is whatever your monitor is, stuff like that. And then visuals, I put pure color at black for the backgrounds, just so that it doesn't like distract me, because you can put like different. You can just put different stuff, and you can even put midnight. See, and then it changes like what's around, and it's even, it's even darker, so that you can see the red really easily. You can also change the color of the targets. You can change the walls can be textured. Like you can just do anything if you want to. Okay. Any questions about clicking static, dynamic rather? Sorry. Okay, great. So the next one is clicking static. It is, how do I describe this? It is the speed drill essentially. So like if I go to 6 sphere hip fire for example, so they're really small, but like this is really slow. I'm speeding up for you, but this is really slow. This is what a lot of people do this drill at. And if you noticed on the benchmarks, if you can go to like the screenshots of the benchmarks, the benchmarks say for the hipfire Altic, like 108 is like silver, 120 is gold and stuff like that. And I could hit a really high accuracy and never get that, because this is 60 seconds long, which means I have to get gold at 120, I have to hit 2 a second. So I could have really high accuracy and only hit like 80 of them and not rank. So these clicking static ones are a little bit more about speed than they are accuracy. Yes, you have to hit the targets, but the targets are pretty easy to hit. They're not moving, you're not moving. It's literally point and click.
Right? Yeah. If I was going to say one thing about these exercises, it's when you're starting out, like you may like your first 5 times doing these exercises, go for accuracy first. And then once you feel like comfortable like going to each target, like it's harder than it looks here.
Yeah, it's much harder than what I'm doing. It's harder than it looks.
Yeah. Make sure you're like then you can build up speed after you feel comfortable with like the target size.
Yeah. So this W1 WFTS and this 6 sphere are both small targets. This W3T are actually larger targets. But there's only 3 of them, and they're a little more spread out, so it's a little bit larger, but it's more spread out. And if you'll notice, like this is much harder than it looks, because like a lot of people, if you haven't been doing this for a while, you can't control your sense. So you start doing this, for example, and you like flick close to it, and then you kind of like micro flick onto it instead of just flicking on top of it like this. Another thing people do on these that is really bad is they'll like track to each target. They'll like do this. They'll try to make it like really smooth. Good aim is snappy, not smooth. This is not good aim. Like, I'm hitting every target, but this is not good aim. Because, like, no one's going to miss this if you just try to, like, do this. Like, nobody's missing this. This is decent aim. Not good. I'm not a good aimer, so, like, it's not good. But it's decent. And you'll get this screen, and you'll get a shot accuracy fired, and so on and so forth, right? So you want to go for aim first in these, because you're gonna have to increase your APMs over time. You're gonna have to go aim first, and then just increase. But eventually, you get to a speed that you're feeling really comfortable at, and you can just like start going as fast as you can to try to get a high score of some kind. And the point is high scores, by the way. The point is not the average scores, because the average scores are not a good aggregate of improvement, because it's weighed down by what you've done previously. So like if you start at like getting 60 in this scenario per scenario, then you then even if you get up to like 170, your average score is still being dragged down by the improvement from the beginning. So high score is a much better indicator of improvement if you can consistently just get high scores. Another way to get faster at these is put music on at certain BPMs. So like if you're trying to get 100, for example, you can put like 110 to 115 BPM on music on, so that you can kind of like shoot with the beat, and it works really well. See, and 90, and my high score is 117, and I only shot 102, so I was firing really slowly.
I have a question.
Stuff like that, yeah.
Is there like certain ones that are better for like like certain roles? Like for example, like there's one that's better for hit scan and then there's one better for like more flex DPS tracking.
Good question. Go ahead, Elijah. You go ahead.
Yes, if you're like, what I recommend is as a DPS player, and I'm recommending this to all roles, learn every bit of aim that you can. Because say I am a Zarya player, I'm not going to be flicking a lot as a Zarya player. It's mostly tracking, but I'm still going to put equal time into flicking, because like you have your alt fires, you have your grabs. Say you're on Diva, you can flick E. There's a Sigma flick rock there, and you use every portion of aim, even without even knowing it.
Yeah.
A lot of when it comes down to tracking, a lot of it is flicking from target to target, then tracking.
Yeah, so I completely agree. So Kovacs, this aiming system and aim trainers, they don't teach you how to be a better Lucio or to be a better Ana or to be a better McCree. They teach you hand-eye coordination and how to be better with your mouse. So it's not something that translates directly to Overwatch. It translates directly to any and everything. You'll start hitting you'll start hitting the Google Chrome icon on your desktop better. Like it literally translates to everything. It teaches you how to be more accurate with your mouse. Now, do you track more with Zarya? Like, if you're specifically trying to improve your Zarya play, do you want to play, like, maybe 2 tracking scenarios for every 1 clicking scenario? Maybe. But really, you need to improve across the board, because it's important. Like, this obviously would be better for Zarya, right? Is that you just have to go on this target, and you just have to go around and track. Now, tracking is my worst thing, so, like, don't judge me. But, but like you just go around and you just hold down the click button and you just try to track this thing around the entire thing for like 1 minute, right? And I haven't done Kovacs in a very long time, but it's very obvious I haven't either. So you go around and track those things, and like switching, like this is very obvious for like soldier. Well, actually, switching is obvious for the entirety of Overwatch, but this is very obvious for This is very obvious for this. Is like you go on this and you go on this and you just try to like track. It's flicking to the target and then tracking.
This is a great example for what I was just explaining with the Zarya. Like whenever you have to go from you have to go flick to a target then track it. Like this is a perfect example.
Yeah. So like obviously they don't die in 1 bullet. So like I want to kill this guy right here. I have to like flick to the target and then track him once I actually get on it. So like switching is most of Overwatch, if I'm being honest, but you have to improve your clicking and your tracking as well, as those 2 things are kind of the thing that make up switching and make up what you do in Overwatch. So you use every aim style on every hero in Overwatch. It's just some of them you use more than others.
That tracking one that you were just doing, it kind of looks like the Echo Beam, the one that you were just on, because it kills him in a. Yeah, it kills them in in very little time,
Yeah.
and you have to keep tracking. So it's
Yeah,
kind of like the
that's
echo
all
beam.
of these. So like this Smoothbot Voltic Easy one is where are they? Is like this is like you have to track them, and so you flick to them, and then you track them through the smoothness of the thing. So you just do that. Those are what all the switching ones are for. Now the switching evasive ones, they'll take like a little more evasive action. Speed is just speed of speed. I think it's Fox. So like it's just how fast you're going. And they're not like these are really easy to hit. Like
Yeah, these are like the static clicking time ones. It's all about speed. Like the static ones go for accuracy at first and then move up.
yeah. So like these are really easy to hit, much easier than the evasive switching ones. But it teaches you to like these are really good for teaching you to flick and then track, because you don't have to worry about the difficulty of the flick or the difficulty of the track. You just have to worry about actually doing it properly and not doing this. You actually have to flick to targets, you know, not track up to the target. So on and so forth. And by the way, I'm going really slow to show you how difficult Voltix is. This probably looks like moderate speed to you guys, like decently fast, not terrible. This is really slow, just to show you. So 65 and my high score is 93. Like that was incredibly slow. And I'm not a good aimer. Like sincerely, I am not a good aimer. So you're watching like a very mediocre Kovacs player, mediocre aimer, and even to a mediocre aimer, like that speed I was going was really slow. So you have to get used to stuff. So any other questions about Kovacs? About the aim system in general?
May I see the list of tasks again?
Yeah, no, well, if you're interested in it, here, let's do this. Can you, Elijah, can you just in announcements just post the Google Doc?
The spreadsheet?
Yeah, the spreadsheet. Just post
wait,
the
do I
spreadsheet.
just make a fresh copy or just...
No, they'll just make a copy. Just send a
just send mine?
Yeah, just send yours. And they'll make a copy, delete all the scores, guys, after you make a copy. Delete all the scores, and then just enter all your scores after you get done doing that.
Okay, let me go to announcement.
That is the easiest way to get this done.
Let me see if that's right. Okay, yeah, it should be good.
So yeah, if you're interested, you don't have to do that right now. We're gonna do something else, but over the break, if you want to like get Kovacs up and running, it's gonna take you the first time you do all your benchmarks. You're gonna want to do them twice, because the first time you're gonna do it is not gonna be an actual high score or any score that it actually reflects your skill. It's gonna be you figuring out what the heck this scenario is. Like you're gonna be like, okay, what am I doing? Like, so it's not gonna be anything like legitimate. The second,
Need access to it.
oh okay, yeah, you need to. Elijah, you're gonna have to change the here. You know what? I'll just do it.
I think it's like the link.
Did I
you
do-
share it?
Did you change it?
Did I do something?
Yeah, you made it. They had to be restricted. Let me. I'll do it. No,
Oh, that's not bad.
anyone with this link can be a viewer. Copy link. Announcement. There you go. Okay.
Nice, thank you.
And then just copy. So copy that link. Go to File, make a copy, delete all my high scores, and then you'll just do your own high scores. And if you have questions, feel free to ask. Like, not a problem at all. Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Great. Okay. So, everyone else can deal with this. Can do their Kovacs, and if you have questions, no problem. Okay. So now we're gonna get into actual Overwatch stuff. So this next section is going to be kind of a Q&A on what questions you have about Overwatch in general. This can be what meta is. This can be not what the meta is right now, but what meta actually means. Alicia, mute your mic for a second, man. Someone just walked into his room. This can be a question over like what. This can be very specific questions like what to do as Zenyatta on this point because it seems like I can't position. This can be what healing combinations work, what tank combinations work. This can be anything you want it to be. It's just questions about Overwatch. It can be questions about Overwatch, esports, anything. I just wanted to have an open Q&A with you guys now that you've had like a day and a half, not even a day, basically an hour worth of camp, so you can ask questions, so you can expand your knowledge and make sure you have what you need moving forward. So any questions at all about anything that we need to go over?
Is Ana Lucio a meta composition? Because I see that in almost every single game.
Good question.
It's just Ana Lucio. Or if it's attack, it's Ana Lucio. If defense, I usually just go Brig instead of Lucio.
Good question. So Ana Lucio is not a bad healing combination by any stretch of the imagination. It's pretty good. You're not going to see it. The reason you see it more than anything else is people like playing Ana and people like playing Lucio, and they work okay together. They don't work great together, and the reason they don't work great together is because BAP exists. So BAP Lucio is much better than Ana Lucio, because BAP has much better ways to keep brawl teams alive, and generally a flex support like a main healer flex support like BAP, Ana, or Moira with a Lucio means you're playing brawl. It means you're probably playing Ryan Diva, Ryan Zarya, something, or Ryan Sig, and you're running into the enemy team, which means your Ryan needs a lot of healing resources and he needs a lot of utility to keep him alive. So Ana Lucio by no means is bad. However, if I was coaching a 4500 team, if I was coaching like a contenders level team or a top tier 3 level team, open division team, and they were running a brawl Ana Lucio, I would immediately tell that flex support switch to Baptiste because it's just better. Now, that being said, if you're playing like a monkey dive brawl, so you're playing like monkey diva, like Sombra Reaper, for example, I'd actually probably tell you to play Moira, because all those heroes don't peel very well. So playing a Moira and a Lucio allows your team to have a really good healing output without having to put a lot of resources into saving your healers. But that's a good question.
Did you say that Moira was like a bad healer?
Moira's not a bad healer, she's just a low utility healer. So she has her place, and her place is specifically and only in dives that involve a Winston. Any other composition, it's probably going to be better off playing an Ana or a BAP in her place, or even a Zenyatta in her place, depending on what kind of position you play. So, for example, I think we have a game, actually. Hold on a second. Route 6 Busan, I think, was the one I played then. For example, since we're talking about healers,
ready for battle.
Oh, Elijah, by the way, Yaven's back. I forgot to tell you that.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Javen's back.
Ready for battle.
He's back on ladder.
Oh. I haven't seen him in a minute.
Yeah. So for example, if you look at what we're running here as a team, they're running a Rhine Zarya, and they went like a Mercy to pocket a 4600 Widow player. But they went a Baptiste to try to keep this like Rhine Zarya alive. We're running a double shield, which is mostly poke oriented, so we're going like a Zen to poke. And honestly, I should be like Mercy for this Ashe, but I don't like playing Mercy. So I went Ana to try to like poke and try to keep our tanks up through like a brawl oriented thing. Later in the same game, let me switch to this. Later in the same game, we go to a dive, but we go to a Winston Zarya, which is a double bubble dive, and then we're playing Ana Brig. So the whole point of this is the Ana kind of keeps the bubble, and the Ana kind of keep the monkey alive as Tracer and everyone else kind of like dives and moves and takes space, and then the Brig keeps the Ana alive. So this is generally what we have as far as healing combinations that work really well for us. Let me get my epic pin up. Is we have, and then the next round is actually different again. The next round is actually we keep the same healing combination, which we should know. This should be different, but that's fine. So as far as healing combinations are concerned, you have like Ana Anna, please. Thank you. Anna, which like Brig works really well with Anna as long as you don't need speed. Brig works really well with Anna because Brig can keep Anna alive, and Brig also has like a lot of AoE healing, which Anna's more like of a one person specific healer. Lucio works okay, and Mercy works okay. But this is like the order of main. These are the three main supports, and these are kind of the order that the main supports work with an Anna. Because of what I just said is like Lucio, Bap's just better with Lucio for a brawl comp and stuff like that. And then Brig keeps Anna alive better than Lucio does, unless you need speed, in which case it kind of works differently. Bap, why is my cursor going insane? Bap, the order's closer to like a Lucio, a Mercy, and then a Brig because, dude. How is my mouse lagging? That's insane. So like this is closer to the order for like what works well with BAP in general, because if you're running a BAP, you're probably speeding into the enemy team anyway with like some kind of brawl. If you're not brawling, BAP is still good. He has a lot of poke damage and stuff like that, so you could still run it with like a Mercy for poke. And then BAP Brig doesn't make a lot of sense because you have a lot of AoE stuff going on. You have a lot of you have IF, but you have Boop and Bash as well. So you're kind of doubling up on kind of the same area of abilities between BAP and Brig. Not saying that it's bad by any means, it's not.
I thought Bap Brig was running the double shield with Orisa Sig.
Okay, that's for a very specific reason. So Bap Brig was run with the double shield for a very specific reason. It's because if you're gonna run a ball into that double shield, or you're gonna run a double shield that involves Doomfist, Tracer, or Reaper, your supports need to keep themselves alive, because if your tanks have to use cooldowns for your supports in that meta, then you're not going to have any offensive firepower, because the entire offensive firepower, that entire meta, is your tank's ability to pressure the enemy team's front line, and then your support's ability to stay alive without support. So because because you didn't need a Lucio by any means, because you don't want to speed into the enemy team, and you don't need a Mercy by any means, because you weren't really poking with like a Tracer or a Brig or anything like that, unless you're running the Echo, which is why you saw the Mercy sometimes in that double shield, is when you're running like the Echo or the Ashe, then you run a Mercy, because then you have a lot more offensive firepower. The next option down the line from that is Brig as the third best option, but in that meta we didn't need speed, so we don't need this because we're not brawling, and we didn't have a poke DPS to allow a Mercy for her full potential. So and the res spots were going to be really bad, so we don't need a Mercy either. So then we're dropping down to Brig as the ability to say, hey, are we winning the front line? We can slowly push forward, and we have Brig to kind of hold our front line with our tanks. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
And then Moira, which Moira basically is Lucio, a giant gap, and then Brig, and then never ever play Mercy with a Moira. Is essentially how this goes. And then if you want to try to mix and match, and then Zen. Zen is Brig, giant gap, Mercy, never play Lucio. Is essentially how this goes. The reason you never play a Mercy with a Moira is they just don't work. The Moira wants your team to get in there. She wants your team to take a lot of damage or whatever it is. She wants to get pretty up close. She wants to do that kind of a thing. And Mercy doesn't help her in that in any way, shape, or form. And Mercy wants a DPS to stay back or to play at range. She wants people to die at range, so she has easy reses. These just don't work together at all. It's not good. Brig, and for Zen, Lucio, it's the same thing. Lucio, this is why these two work together. Lucio wants to get up close and personal. He wants to speed his team into stuff. Zen wants to play at range. He's very vulnerable. He wants to play at range. He wants to play around natural cover. He wants to be protected. Brig protects Zen. With her cooldowns, Mercy can res Zen and or just start heal botting him if he gets dove, stuff like that. That's why those work together. So as far as healing combinations are concerned, this is the general rules. Anna and Bap can work with all three of the main supports, and actually they can work with the other flex supports as well. If you want to throw a Moira on an Anna or a Bap at a low rank, it's not actually going to be much of a problem. It's just you're kind of down a lot of the utility of a main support, so it's not the greatest thing in the world, but it doesn't kill you. If you want to throw a Zen on top of a Bap or an Ana, it's not going to kill you. Again, you're kind of down on flex support, but it's not going to kill you. Anna and Bap can work with almost anything. Actually, they can work with anything, essentially. Even each other. But Moira really only works with Lucio, and you can play a Brig, but like there's no reason. Again, there's not a huge reason to do this. Lucio's just better. Zen, you can play a Brig, you can play a Mercy, don't ever play Lucio, and so on and so forth. So this is basically how the healing combinations work. Is like there's S tier, which is like this, and then there's A. So these are like both S tiers. There's A tiers, which are like this and this, and this. And then there's B tiers, which you start getting into like this range and kind of this, and not, this isn't even B tier, this is like D tier or something, but you get the point. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Cool. All right. Any other questions? Come on. That's good.
So I've seen like, throughout like my experience on a team over the last like year or so, we've played like kind of every tank combination with Rhine, or like rather with every off tank pretty much.
Yeah.
No, not every tank in general. Every off tank except Hog.
Yeah.
And I'm having trouble finding out like which one is the best and why to work with Rhine. And, between D.Va, Sig, and Zarya.
Okay. So the questions are, let's do a different color because I'm tired of looking at pink. The questions are these three combinations, pros and cons between these three combinations.
Yes. Because we've played all three at some point. And we've most recently been playing Rhine D.Va.
Yeah. So the short answer is that the order that these are good in is 1, 2, 3. That's the short answer. The long answer is much, much, much longer. And the reason it's longer is because of the reason that these are the way they are. Okay? So if you're playing a Rhine composition, you're playing Lucio and Bap, hopefully. Maybe you're playing a Moira or Anna, but hopefully you're playing a Bap Lucio. The off take is going to be very dependent on what you're playing as far as your damage goes. Okay, so for example, there are 3 playstyles in Overwatch, and we're going to go over playstyles later. But there's 3 playstyles in Overwatch that you can go, generalized playstyles. You can run a brawl, you can run a poke, and you can run a dive. Okay. Brawl is your entire team kind of speeds in together, getting on top of them in melee range, and you kind of just go. Poke is the exact opposite. You try to find lanes and angles on the enemy team, and you kind of poke around until you finally get a kill, and then you can move in. Dive is like a really fast brawl where your team kind of jumps very quickly and teleports, jumps, whatever, on top of one player on the enemy team or a specific area on the enemy team to gain control. And then they do that again and again and again and again. What you're looking at with D.Va and Sigma. Zarya is just an inferior version of both D.Va and Sigma in this composition. Okay? So Zarya, I just would say no. There's a lot of problems. Her bubbles are very, very long, so she can't protect the Rhine as long or as often as D.Va or Sigma. She's very susceptible to damage. She can't really off-angle if she gets focused at all. Her ult is not easily countered, but it's also not that bad. Sigma can catch it with a shield. D.Va, she has to feather it in between D.Va defense matrix. It becomes a little bit problematic. There's always going to be a Lucio beat on the field, stuff like that, right? So Zarya is problematic with a Reinhardt. It's a very old school of thought, Zarya Rhine. It's from like season 2, I think, like literally 5 years ago. And then it got reinforced in GOATS meta when people didn't understand GOATS meta. Rhine Zarya was not the tank combination in GOATS meta. Rhine D.Va was the tank combination in GOATS meta. Zarya was a damage. Zarya was damage. Zarya threw her bubbles at Rhine and D.Va haphazardly, basically, in the GOATS meta to try to get as much charge as she possibly could, and then she threw all her damage in. That was the point of Zarya. Zarya had nothing to do with tanking in the GOATS meta. It had everything to do with damage output, and her ult being the only way you could really get through the 3 defense ultimates that were in the GOATS meta at the time. So it's really D.Va and Sigma that we're trying to talk about. And really, it depends on what you want to do. If you want to do a poke into a brawl, Sigma's better. If you want to do a dive into a brawl, D.Va's better. If you want to do a pure brawl, D.Va's better. So it really just depends on which one of these you want to do. So the reason I said it depends on the DPS is just, for example, what are your DPS generally run in Brawl in these combinations?
We usually run McCree or Sim with a Mei, maybe a Reaper or Hanzo.
Okay, so Kree, Mei, Reaper, Hanzo, whoop, and Sim. Okay, so let's take a few combinations. So Kree and Mei, which one's better with Kree and Mei? And other people can answer this too, not just Chase. I said Rhine and Diva are better for Brawl, or a dive into a Brawl. And this is better into a poke, into a Brawl. So if you're playing Kree Mei, which tank comp is better?
Probably Ryan Diva.
Okay, what does everyone else think?
Maybe run Sigma.
Okay, why do you think Ride Sigma?
Just so because I feel like the May is a little more defensive. I don't really know that much.
Okay, it's actually almost equal. It's almost perfectly equal because Mei and Kree can both poke, and Mei Wall and Kree Stun both help with Brawl a lot. However, if you try to run the dive style, it doesn't work. So either you're gonna have, if you're playing King's Row, you're gonna want a Diva because you're playing a pure Brawl. If you're playing Eichenwald, you're gonna want a Sigma because you probably have more range and you're playing more poke and Brawl. Does that make sense? So it becomes a little more map dependent. Now this is all very generalized, and it's specifically talking to this composition because I wouldn't run the Rhine composition anyway, but as a coach. Okay. But if you're saying which is better as a Rhine comp with a Kree and Mei, it's almost equal. It's pretty map dependent. If you're running a Kree Reaper, what do you probably want to run?
Probably Diva again. If you
probably Diva because you're probably want to go to Brawl/Dive Brawl because there's no poke with Reaper, right?
Right.
If you're running Kree Hanzo, what do you want to run?
Probably Sigma.
Probably Sigma. You're probably running some kind of poke with a Hanzo and a Kree. And if you're running Kree Sim, what do you want to run?
Probably Diva.
Probably Diva. Yeah, the Sim teleport is very Brawl-like, and she doesn't have a lot of poke. Like, yes, she can charge right clicks, but whatever. Stuff like that. If you're playing a Mei Reaper, what do you want to run?
Diva.
Diva. It's Brawl. It's pure Brawl, right? Like, it's not even close. If you're running a Mei Hanzo, what do you probably want to run?
Sig, probably.
Yeah, this is either one. This is just not a good combination, these two together. Yeah. It's just not good. I just wouldn't run it. Mei Sim?
Diva
for Brawl. Good. Reaper Hanzo?
Could be either one.
Yeah, either one. Again, don't work very well. You have a pretty poke heavy. Although he can Brawl, you have pretty poke heavy in Hanzo. And then you have something that really can't poke in Reaper, so a little weird. Yeah. Reaper Sim?
Diva.
Brawl. Yeah, it's absolutely. And then Hanzo Sim.
Either one again.
Yeah, either one doesn't really work together, right?
Right.
So if you're running this, what I think that was out of the combinations, we had like 80% over on the Diva side.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because this is really for if you know you already have space, if you know you want to take off angles with a Hanzo, Echo, Widow, stuff like that. Then you can go this side. Otherwise, you're really leaning towards the Diva side. Okay. And there are if you want to get really really in depth with game theory, there are arguments on why Rhine Sigma can sustain a Brawl better than a Rhine Diva can. They are very map dependent. They're very like healer dependent as well. Because the idea is that you don't actually run a Lucio, you actually run a BAP Brig, and you put a Brig on your Sigma and you put a BAP on your Rhine. And so you have like this window idea on your Sigma, on your Rhine Firestrike Sigma kind of a thing, but you have like a Brig to slow down the enemy Rhine and Diva so that they don't have as much space to work with. If you want to get really like in depth wise, but then you like sacrifice a lot of speeding and you sacrifice a lot of offense potential for like defense potential. So it's really it can get very complicated very fast. But this is the generalized answer.
Okay, that makes sense. What do you think of Sim Mei on like the really close range Brawl maps? Sort of like.
Are you asking compared to other Brawl comps, or are you asking in general?
Kind of like in general.
Okay, so in general, this is my opinion as a coach. In general, I don't think very much of anything beats the ball comps that are run. I think a good ball, Diva, Tracer, Sombra, Zen, and Brig beats about every other comp in the game.
Okay.
On almost every map in the game. Almost. There are some maps that are either too close or too far for it. But it's rare. Like Junker, if first is like, that comp might struggle a little bit. Like Havana first and third, it might struggle some, or it probably will struggle some. Like Streets phase on Kings. I mean, it can work. It definitely can. It's how the Hunters beat the Fuel in the semi-finals recently. But it is kind of iffy. But I think that ball comp beats most things.
Okay.
Good questions. Let's keep going. We got some more time.
One of my friends can basically only play Reaper on DPS,
Okay.
and I was wondering what DPS go well with Reaper.
Good question. So this is a little bit dependent on what the style of the team is running. So a lot of times what you find is that there's a lot of combinations that go really well together with tanks and healers, but DPS are a little more counterpicky and a little more dependent on what you're running. So for example, generally speaking, something that can you can go two directions with a DPS combination. Either you can double down on what the DPS does well, or you can try to fill in for the gaps of what the DPS doesn't do well. So what does Reaper do well?
Like get picks, I guess, like early on.
No, I mean, I wouldn't think he does that well, but I also think that almost any DPS could do that. Think more about like what range he plays at.
Pretty close range.
Yeah, so he has problem for long range stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then what other weaknesses does he have? Like what? He's at close range, so he's really susceptible to CC, for example, right?
Yeah.
And then his ult is really close range AoE, but it's also susceptible to CC and some of the tank ult stuff. So ideally with Reaper, if you want to fill for his weaknesses, you want something that can be at range, that can kind of take on the focus of maybe a CC character like Kree or Brig. And then you want something that has a little bit less risky of an ultimate. So like what's a character that could fit range, maybe takes the focus of like a Kree or a Brig, and then it has more of a safe ultimate that isn't going to get picked off when he uses it. Or she uses it, whatever.
Echo, I guess?
Echo, yeah. Echo's a really good one. So Echo has a lot of range, a lot of mobility. She can do a lot of damage really quickly, and the Kree has to focus on her, and you could put stickies on a Brig to help out. So Echo's a really good one, and her ult is something that you can just copy a tank, and it's no longer it's not problematic or really all that risky. So Echo's a really good one. What's another one? I'll give you a hint. She's on the screen.
Ash?
Yeah, Ash. Ash is a really good one because Ash outranges the Kree or anything else that is really a CC. She has Dynamite for AoE damage and to kind of so that Brig is gonna have to use her packs and her shield's gonna take quite a bit of damage. And then Bob is not risky. You throw a Bob in and then you kind of do your own thing. So Ash is another really good. Pharah is another really good example of something that can go along with a Reaper really well. As far as filling in his gaps. Now, there's the other direction in which you double down. Say like your team is running a dive or a really heavy brawl. And you go, okay, we're going to double down on the close range, like high damage or close range, like supporting Reaper at close range deals. So instead of saying I'm going to fill in for his gaps, I'm saying I'm gonna get better at, I'm going to bolster him at what he already does. What heroes damage wise do you think you could do to bolster him at what he already does?
Like Genji, I guess.
Okay,
No,
Genji. Genji could. Genji has a really risky ultimate, like Reaper does. But he could, yeah. There's definitely better, but it's not a bad pick by any means.
Okay.
Doomfist is a good one. Mei is a good one. Symmetra's a good one because Symmetra gets her whole team up into the Reaper so that Reaper has the whole team for support. Doomfist kind of goes in, so Reaper can pull cooldowns or Doomfist can pull cooldowns, and the other one can go in and kind of get picks. Tracer's a decent one for the exact same reason. She kind of can go in and get something low or pull out cooldowns, and then the Reaper can go in and kill something, or vice versa. Sombra is paired with anything well because she can hack something out of it, out of being in a good position. So,
yeah,
stuff like that.
Okay.
But we tend to think of, for compositions, we tend to think of DPS as what the DPS can do for the tanks, or what they can do against the enemy tanks and DPS, or healer against the enemies. Not so much as what the two of them do together. We do consider that a little bit, but it's not nearly as important as what the DPS do to inhibit the other team, or what they do to help the overall composition function.
Okay.
Also, I heard someone say, offense and defense, like I play this on offense and this on defense. Who was that? Is that Alex as well?
Oh,
Andrew?
no, I think it was talking about Lucio on offense and Berg on defense for a lot of that.
Yeah. So this is a really interesting concept that I feel like I need to address as well. There's no characters that are better on offense or better on defense. It's just there's better spots and there's better parts of the map. But if you're playing defense King's Row first point, for example, and you're playing a brawl composition, you really don't want to be running Brig, because what you want to be running is you want to say, hey, Lucio isn't an attacking healer. It's not like he goes, okay, we want to get in there really fast because we're attacking. He's a healer that you speed in the other team to either force mistakes or take advantage of mistakes. So say, for example, the enemy Mei uses her self-heal, her ice block and Mei wall, but you're on defense, and it's still 6v6. You want a Lucio, because if she uses those things, you want to speed in the other team and blow them up, because they no longer have the cooldowns to survive it. So it's not about whether you're on attack or on defense. It's really what style of play you want your team to run and what you want to get done. So if you're running, for example, if you're running this first point defense on King's Row, and you're running double shield instead of a brawl, and you think, or at least you think, if you don't know, that they're going to run a brawl into you, maybe then you want to Brig, because really you don't want to ever, well, not ever, there are times, but you rarely want to speed an Orisa and a Sigma into a Rein Diva, because they just have more upfront damage, they have more upfront capabilities, they're built for that more than an Orisa Sigma are. So you really don't want a Lucio, but you may expect them to speed into you, and Brig's really good at stopping that speed, better than any other healer. So you might want to run a Brig in that case. So we're not saying run a Brig because you're on defense, nor are we running a Lucio because you're on attack. We're saying we want to speed into them as a team because we want to brawl, or we want to keep them at a short distance so that we can poke or do some good damage before the brawl starts. That's where you run a Brig or a Lucio. So the mentality just changes. And it works the other way around. If you're on attack and you're running double shield and you don't want them to brawl into you, you run a Brig. And if you're on defense and you want to brawl, you run a Lucio. So it really has to do more with playstyle and what maps you're on and how you want to play and what range you want to play at and stuff, more so than attack and defense.
Okay, yeah, because that makes a lot more sense. Because the example in my head was kind of Watch Point Gibraltar.
Yeah.
How like usually when I play Brig on defense, it's usually with an Ana on that one high ground.
Mm-hmm.
And on attack, I usually just go Lucio with either Bapper and Ana as flex support, and then we kind of just speed up through either just go to cart or speed up through stairway. And if we're doing like a double bubble, then I would play Brig on attack. But normally,
but you play Brig on defense to stop them from jumping up on your Ana, stop them from jumping up on you. You don't do it because you're on
like
defense, right?
Against double bubbles on defense when they try to jump that, or even a normal dive
any
on
dive.
that high ground when they try to jump up, you usually stay with your Ana.
Yeah.
And
if you,
especially if you're playing a McCree or Hanzo, you also stay with them.
Yeah, and if you were running a ball comp on attack, you could run Zen Brig, because then you have the poke ability and the dive ability with Discord and everything else. So again, it really just breaks down to what is your team actually trying to accomplish? What playstyle are they running? What are they doing? It has much more to do with that than it has to do with attack, defense, anything else like that. It has to do with what does our team want to do on this map? Do we want to poke? Okay, let's find a healing combination for that. Do they want to brawl? Let's find a healing combination for that. Do they want to do a poke into a brawl. So it's like that's the idea. That's the mentality more than attack, defense, stuff like that. But that's a good question. All right, next question. This is good. This is really good, guys. This is getting some pretty deep game theory, and I'm not expecting you guys to memorize all this game theory. I'm just trying to show you guys that, hey, this game goes pretty in depth, and if you start thinking about it this way, again, that's why I said don't think about it as like what heroes are good with each other. Start thinking about it as what does my team want to do? What is the composition? What is the enemy team weak against? Start thinking of it as counters and anti-counters and play style more so than compositions and everything else.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
I've been seeing a lot of Symmetras in BAPs. It's died down now a little bit, but I've been seeing a lot of Symmetra in BAPs, and I was wondering, is there a reason for that? Is there a new comp
yeah.
with a...
So the North American Overwatch League teams started playing this composition that was Rhine, Diva, Symmetra with usually like it was either Kree, Reaper. It was any close range like damage. So so it was because of Overwatch League. They started running these Symmetra compositions for Brawl, with a BAP and Lucio to get people. It was essentially to jump on top of things so fast that they with the teleporter and speed that they didn't have the opportunity to respond. Was essentially the idea, and I'm sure people in your rank and other ranks were just trying to copy it. The idea of the composition is very, very simple. It's essentially we use teleporter with the Symmetra and we use speed with Lucio to jump on top of things with all 6 people as fast as possible that they can't respond and we get a free kill. That's the idea. The reason that neither of the North American representatives in the recent playoffs in Overwatch League made it into the finals is because what they realized is that as soon if they miss their TP or if the other team does respond well to TP, oh no, the composition is now just stuck. And so they're just like, well, they destroyed our TP and we don't have that anymore, and now we just have a Symmetra that can't do anything, and we have a Lucio that can't speed anything either because there's a ball and a tracer, and then the Brig and the Zen are so far away we can't get to them, so there's nothing to dive and there's nothing to do. So if they waste their TP and their speed, suddenly that composition is kind of just dead in the water.
Yeah, and the Lucio doesn't. His speed's recharging, so he has to wait some time
so
until
the cooldowns,
he can get him.
And that cooldown's really long. It's 12 seconds, which in Overwatch League, 12-second cooldown to try to stay alive in Overwatch League translates to you lost a team fight. You just lost, straight up. So that composition with the Symmetra, it's not that it's bad. It just has a skill cap ceiling, meaning that it can only take you so far. And it can't be bad, right? Because it took teams into the playoffs of an Overwatch League series. So it's not bad. It's just that there are compositions that punish it a lot, and so it has a skill cap ceiling. So it's not the greatest thing in the world.
All right.
And there's, by the way, that's very simplified. There's a lot of other reasons why that composition's really good, and there's a lot of reasons why it's very handicapped. But generally speaking, that's what happened. Good. So we're thinking, by the way, these are great questions, very big, broad, like meta-defining and how to think about the overall game questions. But if you have very specific questions about very specific heroes and situations, that'd be great too. Okay, thank you. No other questions? We done with this section?
Sounds like it.
It's a lot. I have talked about enough game theory that it would kind of blow most people away, if I'm being honest. So I have talked about a lot. But if you have any questions, you're always feel free. Okay, if there's no other questions, then here's what we're going to do. If if you are doing Kovacs, if you have decided that, hey, I want to do Kovacs, I'm gonna download it and I'm gonna do that. Feel free to stay, ask questions. We can help you with whatever you want to help with. If not, we'll start the break early today so that we can get a lot of time in for the live coaching and the VOD reviews and stuff like that. And Elijah will stick around for 30 minutes to help with the Kovacs stuff. Excuse me. So he'll stick around for the Kovacs stuff for 30 minutes. And we'll come back at 3:45. So we'll come back at 3:45 so we can get started on how you actually practice. And we'll go through, this is how you practice, this is how you sit down and do everything. And we'll go from there, all right? So, we're going to just go over how to practice. Screen one. There we go. Okay. So, before we kind of get too far into this, let me just start with how do you guys think you should, or how do you currently practice? Great, yeah. Great, so self-aud reviews. Yeah, good. So self-aud reviews, goal practice. Goal practice. Whether you write them down, you type them out, or you just try to remember them. Obviously, writing down or typing out is better, but you get the point. Good. Yep. Anything else? How long do you think practice should take about? Give me like a range. What, 4 hours? Okay. Good. Cool. What about like what you should be playing? Like there's a bunch of stuff you can play. Like obviously there's 1,000 arcade modes and the quick play and competitive and scrims and pug games, pickup games. Like what should you be practicing in? Okay, comp or scrims. Okay, yeah. I think this is a really good foundation. So this is gonna be pretty much the foundation. The 4 things written on the screen are pretty much the foundation of how you practice. We're just gonna kind of put it into a step-by-step mode so that you guys can really see a really good foundation of how to practice instead of having some like generalized ideas, and so you can feel a little bit validated in how you're doing and what you're doing. So. Let's deal with time first. So the minimum amount of time you're going to want to practice is 90 minutes. Now, why is it 90 minutes? Well, because if you do a decent, even the smallest amount of decent warm-up and VOD reviewing, then you should have about 60 minutes left after that to play 2 to 3 games worth of competitive and get an actual practice session in. The high end... I won't write it in minutes, but the high end is 4 hours. Now, does this go up when you get into top 500 GM range? Yes. Yeah, it does. But for now, for you guys, the high end is 4 hours. So this is about the time frame we want. Well, now we have to ask the question, how do we fill this time frame? What's the very first thing you guys think you should do in practice? Sorry? So someone said something, 3 people said something, I didn't hear any of it. Let's try that again. Okay, aim trainer. What did the other 2 people say? Kovacs, yeah. So Kovacs is the first thing. Good, yeah. So Kovacs is the first thing you should do. Depending on how much time you have, it's between 10 and 30 minutes on Kovacs. This is step 1. Step 1. Okay. What is step 2? Okay, how do you do that? Yeah, VODs. Good. VOD review. Good. This is also 10 to 30 minutes. Step 3. Nope, not quite. Not quite there yet. One more thing before we get to actual games. So you warm up. You warmed up an aim trainer. You warmed up this, and then you talked about what you should try to fix. You haven't actually touched Overwatch yet. So probably like an Overwatch warm up. So again, remember Kovacs. Remember what I said about Kovacs. It's not. It doesn't directly translate to Overwatch. It's not like you play Kovacs, you do nothing else, you'll immediately improve at Overwatch. Maybe your mechanics will, some, but you need an Overwatch warm up. Overwatch warm ups will include death matches. They will include anything that is highly mechanical and fast paced that allows you to actually practice something. So death matches would work, 1v1 arenas work, things like that. And you do this for also 10 to 30 minutes. 30 is a little long, but we'll leave it. Uniformity's sake, 10 to 30 minutes, okay? So you warmed up your basic aiming. You warmed up your actual, like, mouse. But now let's warm up with the actual stuff in the game, Like, that doesn't prepare you to fire Zen orbs better or to figure out how to use your cooldowns better or figure out what happens when you get pressured as a Doomfist or whatever. You have to go in actual Overwatch warm-up. Cool, step 4. Yep. What do you queue? Yeah, competitive. Whatever. Competitive. Okay, 50 to 70 minutes. 2 to 3 games. Now, why is it limited to 2 to 3 games? Not a rhetorical question. What do we think? Yeah, okay, that's one reason, is that just to take breaks so that you're not just like Q. You break your mental, you get a break for your mental, meaning like if you win a bunch of games, you take a break, and you stay focused. This can go 2 ways. One is you could go to Kovacs, have a good day, go into VOD review, going, all right, I'm fixing these 3 things, go into a warm-up, okay, having a pretty good mechanical day. You get into the first 3 games of competitive and you absolutely roll, you win all 3 of them, you're like, wow, I'm doing really good, and you become completely unfocused on what you're fixing because the enemies you're fighting aren't taking advantage of what you're doing wrong. Then you take a break, you refocus, either from sticky notes you've written out on what you're trying to come back, and you do step 4 again, or it can go the other way. You lose all 3 games, your mental's terrible, you're like, why am I working on these 2 things? I can't hit the broadside of a barn, blah, 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 right? Or anywhere in between, that's black and white, but anywhere in that gray area in between. You must take breaks for your mental, for your physical, to stay focused, right? The major companies, my father works for Chevron, the major oil company, and I've talked to other people that have worked for major companies, Best Buy, Dell Electronics, Walmart, all these other things. When major companies, what they're doing now is they're making sure that throughout the workday, when the employee is a desk worker, when they sit at a desk and they just do work at a desk for hours and hours and hours, they make sure that they have a program installed in their computer that basically locks them out of their computer for 5 to 10 minutes every hour or 2 to get their employee up, walk around, get them to do something else so that they take a break. They force breaks on their employees. Now that sounds counterproductive, right? Like if you're a company, you want your employees to work, right? You're not paying them to take breaks. But what they found is that no matter how old, no matter how focused, no matter how experienced you are, after an hour or 2, your productivity and focus just starts going down. It's human nature. It just starts going down. So step 5 is a break. So you're going to play for 2 to 3 games, which accounts for 50 to 70 minutes. And then you take a break for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay? And what do we think step 6 is? Nope. So really big thing of practice. Never VOD review games the same day you play them. You have an emotional attachment to them. You remember them in certain ways. You don't have hindsight yet. You know that concept of hindsight's 20/20. We want hindsight to be 20/20 in VOD reviews, but we want unattached hindsight. We don't want emotionally invested hindsight because Emotionally invested hindsight. Say we go into a. Actually, I'll show you an example of emotionally invested hindsight right after this. I'll show you one of my games where if I had done that VOD review the day of, I would have come out with completely different ideas than I would have if I had done the VOD review the next day, and so on and so forth. So I'll give you an example. It's just repeat steps 4 and 5 until you hit about 4 hours. So 2 to 3 times. So you do Kovacs for 10 to 30 minutes. You do VODs for 10 to 30 minutes. Figure out what you're fixing. Focus your practice. Someone said that they write sticky notes. Goal-oriented practice. That is a gorgeous concept. That is a really great thing to have, is goal-oriented practice. Otherwise, we're not doing practice. I don't know how many of you played sports, but imagine if you came into a practice as a coach, and you go, all right, coach, what are we practicing? And he said baseball, or basketball, or football. He didn't say, we're working on, I don't know, our three-point shooting today. He didn't say we're working on these 2 or 3 specific types of plays in football. He didn't say we're working on we're on grounders today in baseball. He just said we're working on baseball. That would be ridiculous, right? That would be absurd if a coach told you to do that. Goal-oriented practice is really, really important. And because this is not like a normal sport where to play and to practice, you need to already be on a team, like normal sports are. This, you can play and practice without ever being on a team or ever touching a team, which is what you're doing, right? Because of that, you're not always going to have a coach. So the warm-ups are on you. We warm up in normal sports, right? Stretching. You do VOD, you do quote-unquote VOD reviews. You watch film. You go over playbook. You figure out what you could do better. Your coach says, we were really, really terrible in the outfield last week. Let's do some grounders. Let's do some fly balls. So on and so forth. It's the same concepts. Esports and sports have very much the same concepts. It's just that there's little differences. Like you don't always have a coach in esports. There's little differences. Like this is a lot more hand-eye coordination, reaction time, cerebral than it is. Do you know how to fall? Do you know how to tackle? Do you know how to dribble well? What are your handles like? Stuff like that. It's very similar concepts. It's just translated into esports. And then you play competitive 2 or 3 games, take a break, play competitive 2 or 3 games, do that again and again until you hit about 4 or 5 hours. Does anyone know why you don't play more than 4 or 5 hours in a day, generally speaking, until you get to really high levels? Yeah. So burnout. Yeah, so those are all good reasons. So the first one, burnout. Yes, absolutely. People burn out all the time. There are pro players, there are semi-pro players. I had an open division team that I was coaching in the spring that legitimately all 6 players had potential to be Overwatch League players. They all got burnt out except for 2 of them. Only 2 of them even play the game anymore because they got burnt out. We did 2-a-day practices, which is normal at their level. We did 2-a-day practices. We practiced 4 times a week, things like that. But they also try to play 8 hours on their own outside of that daily and things like that. Burnout is very real at every single level, and you have to judge burnout for yourself. If you get 2 hours in, and that's as much as you can handle, that's as much as you can handle today. And different days are going to be different for different people. So don't be. But burnout is absolutely real, and yes, that's a very good answer. Yeah, burnout is very, very real. The second reason is it's not burnout like emotionally or emotionally. It's actually psychological. It's proven that a human can only learn to improve at something about 4 or 5 hours a day. More than that, and our efficiency at learning and improving at something drops dramatically. If you want to put it into numbers, if you're normally at a 10 out of 10 on how to improve on something, by the end of the first hour, you're at a 9. By the end of the second hour, you're at an 8. By the end of the third hour, you're at a 7. By the end of the fourth hour, you're at like a 3. By the end of the fifth hour, you're like at a 1. It's like a stark drop-off after 3-4 hours, where it's just like you just can't retain the information. You can't learn from the information. It's too much intake, right? You can't analyze all of it. So that's another reason we stop at 4 hours. That's another reason that you need to make sure you're keeping track of yourself. And the last reason is also a really important reason, and it's one that's not commonly thought of, but you did say it at this as well. Is you have a life, you have an important life, and even if esports is your job, even if you're Jonak, Krusty for a coach, Sideshow for a caster, even if esports is your job, you still need to get an education. Regardless, you still need to get an education. You still need a social life. Humans are social creatures. You can't just hole up in your room for hours and days on end. You're going to drive yourself insane, and you're going to burn out faster. I understand that there's... I'm not talking about... Okay, before I say this, I'm not talking about sexuality. I'm not going to comment on it. I'm not talking about any of that. But most humans need some kind of social aspect that's romantic-based, eventually. You need friends and family, and heck, esports most likely is not your job. So you're probably going to need a job to pay for, just living, food. You have to keep your place clean, sanitary, take showers. You have other responsibilities, a lot of other responsibilities. Just as someone that lives in society, you have other responsibilities. So you can't practice for 7-8 hours every single day, 7 days a week for months on end. You just can't do it. Even when it's your job, you have to take days off. So because of that, this is the system you make. So minimum 10, 20, 30, 80, 85. So 85 minutes, not 90, but whatever. Say you take a 10-minute break. I guess it's not a break if you quit right there. But 80 to 90 minutes minimum. So you can get through all your warm-ups, and then you can do 50 to 70 minutes worth of competitive. You're good. An hour and a half a day, which is reasonable. This is not I'm willing to bet most of you play video games for twice that amount daily now. And then max 30, you have an hour and a half worth of warm-up. Say you do like 3 of these sessions, that's already like 4.5 hours. That's 5 hours with breaks. That would be the absolute most. Make sense? Okay. Now, how often do you need to do this a week? This is a daily schedule, right? How often do you need to do this a week? There's 7 days in a week. How often? Let's do it. You would say 4 to 5. Okay. 4 or 5? All right. Elijah, how often do you need to? Yeah. 7. Yeah. Okay. So this is not me saying you have to do this 7 days a week. This is me saying depending on your level, this changes. If you're in bronze, you do this one time, you're getting out of bronze. I'm not joking. You do this one time a week, you're getting out of bronze in like 3 weeks. Okay? Silver, it's not linear, by the way. Silver, you do this 2 times, maybe 3, you're getting out of gold in a few weeks. Then it starts plateauing a little bit, and depending on how well you VOD review, how well you warm up, how well you focus during your competitive matches. Then you start getting into the 3 to 5 range, up until about Grandmaster, Master's level, somewhere in there. And then once you hit about 3,900, that's when we start getting to the 5 to 6 and the 6 to 7. It just depends on what rank you're at. And if you are one of these people, like Elijah, that you have to do 7 out of 7 when you hit GM top 500 level, you need to know what weeks you need to say, no, can't do it. It needs to be 6 out of 7 this week. It needs to be 5 out of 7 this week. You need to know those limitations so you don't burn out. You need to know those limitations so you do things like that. Okay? All right, so we're going to do this now. We're going to execute this plan right now. Okay? Now, if you have Kovacs, feel free to go warm up with Kovacs. If you do not have Kovacs, we're going to skip this section and we're going to go straight to VOD reviews, except the coaches are going to VOD review. And then you're going to warm up. Okay? So, here's what we're going to do. Does anyone feel comfortable with Kovacs now? Is anyone going to do Kovacs right now? Okay. Okay. All right, so you two go ahead and go do Kovacs. We're going to do the VOD reviews for the other 3. And whenever you guys are done, you can come join either Elijah or me, whichever one. And we'll do your VOD reviews last, after your classmates, peers, whatever. So spend 10 minutes doing your VOD review, doing your Kovacs, whatever you want to do there. and then come down to whichever voice channel you want, and we'll do your VOD reviews, and then we'll all get into a 1v1 arena. We'll all well, maybe not Elijah and me, but all 5 of you will get into a VOD review. And to get into a 1v1 arena, you'll sit in the 1v1 arena. We'll go through like 2 iterations of the 1v1 arena maybe. And then we'll go into actual matches, and then we'll play 2 or 3 matches. After 2 or 3 matches, we'll come out. I'm gonna leave this up to you guys. So in past camps, they found certain campers, depending on so there's 3 types of learning: kinesthetic, oral, and visual. And it's just the way you learn. So do you learn from doing it with your hands? Do you learn from hearing it, like lecture style, or do you learn from seeing it? Like if you see an operation being done, could you like kind of repeat that operation, so to speak? Not like a medical operation, just anything. I'll give you guys the options. So when we get out of the VOD reviews and we start playing, there's 2 things we could do. One is that Elijah and I could just sit back and watch, kind of like we did yesterday, and give you pointers in between rounds, in between maps, and so on and so forth. The other thing we could do is we could queue with you guys, and we could give you guys comms and talk about like what we're seeing while we're in game as a player, and that would help with kinesthetic and also upping APMs and things like that. We'll do that eventually, but I was going to leave it up to you guys today because, again, this is your camp. I want you guys to get the most out of it. No, we'll do VODs like in right after someone decides. Like, would you rather us play with you, or would you guys just watch and coach from the back seat, so to speak? I have other accounts. Okay. All right. Here, what we'll do then is we'll play. Okay. All right. We'll make that. We'll split it when we split up. We'll ask the individuals that we split up with what they would rather their coach do in that moment. That'll make it easier. All right. Okay. So Chase and John, you can go ahead and stay in here and do your Kovacs warm up, however you want to. Let's see. There's 3 of you. I'll take Riggins and Alex and in number 1, and Elijah can take Andrew in number 2 then. Cool. All right, Riggins, why don't we go and do yours first? What? Oh, you're fine. All right, just give me a code, and we will start doing the VOD review for the things you need to work on today. You just the second round? Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's take a look. So, you don't want this one. You don't want Ruins, and you don't want Well, you said either, right? Well, this is Lighthouse, actually. You want Lighthouse? Okay. Okay, you are this one? But this is you playing. You want to go to the last one. You want to go to this one here on Well. Okay. You can't stand on that part, but that's okay. So I want to point two things out. Okay, so this game is about. Oh my goodness, hold on. Where's that? There is setting. There it is. Okay, so I want to point two things out. The first one is Overwatch is a risk and reward game. Okay, generally speaking, this is generalized. The more you risk, the more risky of a position, or the more you risk as far as opening up your line of sight to the enemy. Of course, you're accepting more risk, right? But you're also getting more reward. So you're opening up more line of sight, so you can have more reward, but you're also opening up yourself to the enemy, which is more risk, right? So you've shot a total of, I think, like 8 bullets this round so far, and the round's been active for like 45 seconds. You should have shot like 30 rounds already, like 20, 30 rounds, like at least all full clip, if not more. And that really has to do with just like you took the high ground position, right? You took a high ground position, right? You took this high ground position. Okay, if they had rotated around here and sat here, maybe this is okay. It's pretty risky because you're like white out in the open, but maybe it would have been okay. But because they went here and there was just a few people over here that you were getting like max range drop off, so you weren't even like getting much damage done. You weren't a threat to anything. So there's two options you could have had here that would have helped. One is simple. You have a Sigma. Walk here, stand behind a shield, and shoot. Very simple. Okay? Second option is an off angle. You could have said, you know what? Okay, I have some people over here in this mini. I'm going to go over here and off angle shoot this way and try to control this way too. Or you could have taken this high ground and walked around. This is the most aggressive one. Walked around, thrown a dynamite at their back line, try to kill something very quickly, come back, and then shot off the Sigma angle. These are all options that give a lot more value than what you're currently doing. Okay? So risk reward. Make sure you're always doing something. And this is the number one thing that I talk to with new players or silver and lower players. It's not that you guys do things necessarily wrong, nor is it that you guys don't necessarily know what you're doing. You just always end up in positions, or you always do less. If you just move a little bit and accept that, hey, I need to be in a position where I can hit shots, then you do more. Because at the end of the day, yes, you're accepting more risk, but you're playing the game for a reason. You're not playing it just to sit there in a corner and hope you don't die, right? You're hoping to do something. So more risk, higher reward. So this position is already better. Okay, good pick. Good pick and good positioning. Do you see how when you popped up, though, you just kind of looked around for a second or two? Those are those little moments where you need to find something to do. So you hopped up and you're like, okay, I'm up here. Now what do I do? Plan that ahead of time. Go, okay, I know I'm going back up here. What am I shooting as soon as I get up here? Try to do more than one thing at the same time. Like, you're hopping up. The coach gun's going up. That's not a terribly difficult thing to do. Good. This is better than yesterday, by the way. It's already improved, which is good. Okay, now take some space. That was a weird hitbox thing. I don't know that those things can interact. I'm not sure, though. Yeah, so take some space. Good. So it's a little bit late, but take some space. So and that's where you can throw some dynamite at that. Okay, now we're getting really aggressive. Yeah, so yeah, it's not really, well, you should have been able to hear him, but it's not really that it was like the Junkrat was the problem there. It's that you were trying to flank on a close range with an Ash. It's not the greatest position in the world. When I say take space, it's more like moving forward so you can get some value, and when they push forward, you have something to retreat into. What are we doing here? We're not we're just not paying attention. Did they? You can. Did you or can you? I'm not actually sure. Um, okay, the dynamite drops really fast. We're kind of messing with the projectile a little bit. We're having an issue. You can't stand on there. So we don't know the map all that well. It's maybe one of the other issues. Yeah, and that's okay. So you should throw dynamite immediately here. Good. You haven't shot in a while. You still haven't shot in a while. Okay, you just watched it come at you for some reason? Well, even if it missed, like, would watching it change whether it missed or hit you? No, so do something else, right? Like, you didn't participate in the last 30 seconds. You haven't participated in the last 30 seconds. You threw the dynamite, and then since backing up from the dynamite, you haven't participated yet. Oh, goodness. Okay. We need to talk about aggression a little bit, because this is really risky. Really risky, right? We're playing, like, at really close ranges on a sniper. Coach Gunner into the hole. Coach Gunner into the hole. When you're in position to do something, you hit a lot of your shots and you're in a good position. But a lot of the time you just aren't in a position to see or do anything. You're not expecting any, or the opposite. You like walk into their backline, right? So main things to work on for you: take space without like being in their backline. You don't have to be in their backline to take space. Okay, so take space and take angles that aren't like so incredibly risky you're almost for sure gonna die. But make sure you're constantly doing something. Yeah, like Reaper, fine, maybe. Like Tracer, maybe. There's really not many heroes that's maybe any heroes that's a good position, because there's an advanced topic called like different people call it different things, but it's called like the Ring of Death essentially for those movement characters. And basically, if you take a top-down view of the map and the enemy positions, and you draw a line around and a circle essentially around the enemy. If you're a Tracer, Reaper, Genji, any of those, and you find yourself in the middle of that circle without any cooldowns, you're dead. Period. The end. Even with cooldowns, if you find yourself in the middle of that, you're dead. It would, unless they know how to counter it. They start throwing shields and cooldowns at it. But I get the point. But yeah, no. So we just need to make sure we find ways of playing and existing and doing things without either taking so much risk that we're almost for sure gonna die, or without literally not shooting for like 30 seconds. We just need to constantly find things to do. Constantly find things to do. If you find you haven't shot something in 2 to 3 seconds in the fight, and there's something to shoot at in the entire fight, like your teammates are shooting something, but you haven't shot something in 2 to 3 seconds, you need to find a new position and start shooting something. Okay? The other thing is your dynamites, you're throwing them into the ground. So they're think of them as a pretty heavy projectile. It kind of goes almost straight out and then goes down pretty quick. So you're gonna have to get used to that projectile. So maybe one of your warm-ups in game, one of the things you can do in game, maybe as I'm doing Alex's VOD review, you can pay attention, of course, but maybe go into the training range, practice range, or maybe just go into the game browser, and make a maybe not the game browser. Have you ever messed with the game browser? Don't worry about it. Just go to the practice range and just start throwing dynamites, and saying, I want the dynamite to hit here, and I want to explode it there to hit these guys or whatever. And just like know ahead of time what you're trying to do, and just throw it and just get used to throwing the dynamite, because we're just not very used to that. We're not very used to that cooldown yet. And if we do that, I think we'll hit that more often. Yeah. You'll find that works a lot less at higher ranks because higher ranks understand that dynamite doesn't actually do all that much damage immediately. No, I think the initial 75 and it can burn for another 75. They changed it recently and I don't actually remember. But it's one of those things. So. All right, man. So do you know what you're working on when you would get into the game and start playing? Good. Yeah. Crosshair placement translates to everything. Being really good on where you place your crosshair constantly. So when they teach it, they teach it really well in CS:GO and Valorant because those are one-shot kill games. That crosshair placement is like the name of the game. Like you have good crosshair placement, you can immediately get to like plat. But like so they teach it really well. And the way they teach it is place your crosshair like every moment someone might step around in that corner right next to you. Every single time, put it at neck head height that someone's going to come around that corner right next to you. And if you have that kind of crosshair placement, you're never going to be surprised. And even if you are, your crosshair will already be in the right spot. All right. Hey, John. Cool. So, do we know what we're working on, Riggins? Repeat it back to me. 2 things, at least. Crosshair placement, dynamite. No, okay, those are the most recent. But what was the main thing we talked about? Like the number one thing. Repeated it. But during this whole thing. No, the whole thing was always finding value, right? Repositioning, moving around, always finding something to shoot at. If you don't shoot at anything for 2 to 3 seconds and the fight's still ongoing, find something to shoot at, right? Without jumping in their backline as like an Ash, right? Okay, it's improved. It's definitely improved from yesterday. Okay, but we next steps, right? Keep going. All right, Alex, give me a code. In general. All right, man, let's take a look. Havana, fun map. I actually do like this map. It's just kind of annoying at times. Okay, you are Mercy on the blue team. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Mercy's definitely a better pick in the current comp that you have, but that's okay. Your comp's really wacky anyway, right? Because, like, we haven't talked about Roadhog much, but Roadhog and Ryan is a weird composition. We have, like, a BAP, but, like, a Mercy, and we have 2 hit scans. It's odd. Yeah. So, question. Number one thing on Mercy. Do you know how to super jump? Okay. Okay, yeah. If you there are YouTube videos that'll teach it much better than me. I can show you real quick, but there's YouTube videos that'll teach it much better than me. But if you play Mercy, you must know how to super jump. It is so incredibly important. Mercy is an incredibly simple character. That does not mean she's easy. Easy and simple are not the same thing. Okay? She's an incredibly simple character. But because she's simple, she's actually really hard. Because you only do 2 or 3 things. So you have to do those 2 or 3 things flawlessly. Because if you mess up something, it's going to show. That's what simple means. It just means you don't have a lot to do. But unfortunately, it's like a test, right? If a test is 100 questions wrong and you get 2 questions wrong, you got a 98. That's really good, right? That's like Sigma or something. It's like, well, you did 2 things wrong, but like, holy crap, you did so many things, right? If you do 2 things wrong on Mercy, there's only 3 questions on the test. You just failed. Okay? So that's what I mean by simple, not easy. It's like, it's simple, but if you mess up, it's very obvious. Okay, good. We're using Power Boost. That's really good. Okay. This is a healer concept. And this is a very specific healer concept. especially on Mercy, but it applies to Zenyatta, Ana, BAP, all of them. If you don't need to open up LOSs, don't. Okay? Is there any reason for you to be moving from this spot? No. There's no reason for you to move from this spot. Okay? Your Hog's down here scouting this right area. There's no position that you can power boost him while being safe from this angle that you could scout this angle. Same thing, there's no position where you could be safe from this angle while scouting this angle while power boosting this. You cannot do any of that here. So your only option here is my job is this power boost and eventual res. That is your job until a fight actually breaks out. Okay? So there's no reason for you to move off this spot. Now, do you want to jiggle a little bit just in case like something crazy happens, like a Hanzo comes up here and tries to headshot you or a Tracer tries to win? Sure, you can jiggle a little bit, but you do not leave the confines of this wall. There's no reason to risk that. Okay, try to use Guardian Angel a little bit more. It's a 1 second cooldown. It's not going to kill you. All right. So movement with Mercy is a big thing. So the Guardian Angel is faster than walking for every character. So you need to make sure that you're constantly using that Guardian Angel to get out of things. Use it on cooldown. It's a 1 second cooldown. It's not even really a cooldown because by the time you get to somebody and land, you can go again. Okay, so now we've gone from the simplest support to arguably the most complicated. So just to let you know, like Brig to Mercy is there's no one simpler than Mercy, except for maybe Moira on support, but there's no one more complicated than Brig, probably period. Brig is really, really complicated because you have 3 abilities, you have a cooldown timer with one of them, you have positioning, you have a shield on top of it, you just have so much. Good. Valiant attempt. Actually, you did save him. Valiant attempt and really good job. The main thing is be a little bit more proactive with shield bash and whip shot when your Ryan's kind of getting run over. Okay? So like when they're trying to push in, especially when they don't have a Lucy or anything, like the more you set them back when they don't have a Lucy or anything, the more problems you're gonna have. The more problems they're gonna have. So if they try to like really push into you, okay, there's a lot of things to digest right there. If they're trying to like push into you, especially without like a Lucio, the more you can stun and push them back and kind of delay that, the better chances you're gonna have. Okay. Second thing, Brig's shield is a lot more about flashing the shield than holding it. It's only 250 health. They can't really block all that much, right? 2 Hanzo shots kills it. Like it really can't do much. But the point of it is not really to block damage; it's to block cooldowns. Okay. So the point of it really is to have shield bash available when you need it and to block cooldowns, to get you out and around a corner. Things like that. The second thing is, do you understand how the packs work? Okay. More so. Okay, when you throw it on somebody, do you know how long it heals for? Okay, 3 seconds. That's not the important part. When you throw 2 on them, do you know what happens? It heals for 6 seconds at the same rate. So throwing multiple packs on somebody will not save them from more damage. It'll just save them from a low amount of consistent damage. Okay? So, no, there are times where you do 2. There are times where you double pack people, okay? Specifically, you can double pack people like Ball, Diva, Tracer, Pharah, Echo, Reaper, Genji, things that are gonna get close and personal. But what you do is, you say, I know, for example, if you know Genji's about to Nano Blade, or Blade in general, right? if you know Monkey's about to jump in, if you know Diva's about to jump in and take packs, you can pack them on the jump and then pack them again when they land. You can double pack them so that they know they have 6 seconds of continual healing, that they don't have to worry about LOS with you. And you don't have to worry about them either, which is another important part of it. Okay? So double packing people is so that you go, hey, you go do what you need to do. Don't worry about LOS. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about anything else. I know you're going to take damage. I'm just hoping you don't take a ton of damage because I can't save you from a ton of damage. Brig cannot save people from a ton of damage. The only thing Brig can do that saves people from a ton of damage is shield bash and whip shot things away. Her healing cannot do it. Same thing with Lucio. Same thing with Zed. That's very possible. So we're constantly down on packs. So and the reason I brought up double packing and single packing and the way it works is because we are constantly down on packs. So our resource management is constantly low. Because BAP doesn't have to rely on cooldowns to heal, right? So he needs to be the main one healing. You need to pack people when A, they're going to be in trouble, or B, we need them to stay alive for the win con. So, like, was there any reason to pack that hog there? Yeah, no, there's no reason to pack that hog there. He is self-heal. BAP's got him covered. No big deal. You need your packs, right? I don't know what your soldier's doing. That's insanity. Nice, good. Good. So the ult's not bad. I think it was probably a little unnecessary, but the ult's not bad. But mostly I'm worried about your pack management with Brig, and then I need you to just it's APMs. So just think about and that's the thing with Brig, and that's why Brig is arguably the most complicated, not the hardest, but the most complicated healer, is because it's all close range, yet you're trying to stay alive, yet you need to protect people in the back line. It can be very awkward if you don't know what to do. Good knockoff. So this is where this is what I'm talking about. Is in a span of 4 seconds, you used shield bash, you packed once, and you whip shotted, right? I want you to do all of that in the span of half a second. So I as soon as that Rhine comes out like there, I want you to whip shot his supports like that Zed or something off high ground so they can't heal him. Like turn 90 degrees back to the Rhine, shield bash him, start hitting, pack your Rhine, do it. I want all that to happen within a very small amount of time. That's how you improve, is if you can pack all that into a very small amount of time, it gives you the opportunity to do other things. Because if you do it 8 times as fast, you did all that in 4 seconds, so if you do it in 0.5 seconds, that's 8 times the speed. If you do that in all 0.5 seconds, imagine what you could do with the remaining 3.5 seconds. That's why APMs are so powerful, is because if you do it 8 times as fast, now you have, 700% of the time to do something else. That's why you have to always find value, always find something to do. And Brig, you're going to find this as you go up the ranks. Brig actually gets a little bit easier as you go up the ranks because your tanks know what they're doing. So the more your tanks know what they're doing, the more you can kind of position with your tanks and just be in the right position naturally. That doesn't mean that you don't learn the positioning. And it doesn't mean that positions are totally just wacky in Diamond. They are. But it does get a little easier as you go up the ranks as far as positioning for Brig. But you need to have the APM to keep up with that. Because if your positioning with Brig gets better and you're up in the fight more, then you need to know what to do when you're up in the fight more, right? Oh, someone go kill that Zenyatta, please. That guy should die. So shield, the other thing is consistently out in the open. So like it still applies to Brig. Like you need to be like, cover, right? It still applies to Brig. Like, it's incredible if you watch high-level players play. Like, even my level, which I'm not good by any means, but even my level, like, it's incredible if you watch high-level players play, how much they're just never in the open. Like, you can't find them. It's really, really good. This is a comp game. This is a comp game, right? Yeah. Sorry, I don't normally respond to chat while I'm doing camp, but every now and again I'll respond to chat because I have it up on my other monitor. Shield bash, not whip shot. So the combination. I don't want to go too much longer, only because we're slightly low on time, and I need to get to Jonathan's. But also, I've already said like so much to work on that I don't want to like overwhelm you. Do you know the combination for Briggs for if like a DPS is coming at you or something's coming at you and you need to do as much damage like as quickly as possible? It's actually hit shield bash, but here I'll show you. Okay, hold on. This cooldown takes a second. So the combination is hit, shield bash, hit, whip shot, and then you can like, and then you probably boop them away, but it does a fair amount of damage. Reverse it, but you get the point, right? It leaves them with I think 65 damage. Reverse what I just did. That was terrible. So the point is, you hit them first to start your healing, and then and you can do that at max range because you can do that 5 meters. Right? So you hit them first to start your healing, right? And then you know they're in range of your shield bash as soon as you hit that. You hit your shield bash. While they're stunned, you can throw one more of those at them, and then you boop them away. And they're left with 65 health-ish, I think. I don't remember exactly. They're left with 65 health, and they're nowhere, and so they're low, and they've been pushed back. So if they try to come back into you, generally you can kill them. Yeah, 65 health, because he has 5 health left. Okay? So, couple things. Mercy. Make sure the movement on Mercy, right? Constantly Guardian Angel. Learn how to super jump. Practice how to super jump. Guardian Angel everywhere. Learn how to super jump. And then don't peek things unnecessarily, right? On Brig, condense all that you're doing down into this. Because, like, this sequence, this is how fast you did this sequence. Right? Okay, and you can do it this fast. Same thing. It's the exact same thing. I did the exact same amount of damage. It's just that one's faster than the other. And then you have time to actually swing, get back into position. You have time to pack what you need to pack. You give yourself space to think and breathe, okay? If you can do things faster. All right? So condensing all that break stuff down into get away from me or doing damage, and the other thing is the pack management, right? Try to always have one pack in reserve, but it's okay to double pack people if you know they're about to go in and take a lot of damage. Okay. All right, Jonathan, let's get to yours, man. All right. Which one are you? Which one are you? Oh, you're glove man over there. Has to be.
Oh, I had my mic muted that entire time.
No, you're totally fine. You're glove man, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, another healer. I thought you were a tank player.
I did. I had some pretty like sloppy tank games the last few. Like I woke up like and then decided to play like instead of thinking. So
okay, that's fine.
I just really start. And then like I played some games during the break, and then one of them like the enemy team was like they left instantly. So not instantly, but like in the middle of the game they left. So it was just kind of everyone left after then. That's a free win.
I have a very unfortunate diagnosis for you.
Yes.
You have heel pack. You have healeritis. So this is so. What category is BAP under? We have tank damage and
Like, or
it's not a trick question. Tank damage and
support.
support. Yeah, are supports healers, or are they called support?
Yeah. The support.
Okay, they're called support. So you have something called healeritis. This is probably the most common thing I see from Gold Plus healers. Is you just do this. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you do. Okay? So, there's two things you need to be aware of. One is the amount of damage BAP can do. It's insane. It's cheating. BAP's damage is cheating. If you need more proof that BAP's damage is cheating, go watch ML7 or someone play BAP and one-shot Doomfist out of the air. It's the stupidest thing you've ever seen. Okay? His damage is cheating. You need to use it. Second thing is I'm going to show you something. I'm going to hold... I wish I could show you... If you're on my stream, you can see it. I'm going to hold... I'm not going to move my mouse, but I'm going to hold down both left and right click at the same time, okay? This is what happens to BAP if you hold down both at the same time.
Oh my gosh, that's game changing.
You just do both at the same time. Okay? It's a very consistent pattern. It's shot, heal, shot, shot, heal, shot, shot, heal, shot, shot, heal. And you can just do that. So, like, if I'm over here, for example, you stay alive so I can show him. So if I'm over here and I hold both buttons down, right?
Yes.
I can just kill people while having the same fire rate as this. This is the same fire rate. Watch. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's slightly slower. I apologize. Remember, it's slightly slower as I was saying it. 1, 2, 1, 2. It is slightly slower. I think it's like 0.2 seconds slower or something. Yet you can do this. And that's from, how far is that? That's from like 20 meters, right? That's an insane distance. I mean, if you want to go even further, that's like 10, 20, 30 meters. It's the worst thing in the game. Like, his damage is so stupid. So we need to do more than heal, okay?
Okay. I guess the only thing I can say about that is I have broken my wrist, so you know that motive function. I can perfectly use it fine. Just that sometimes that motive function, that flicks are kind of hard for me right now.
Okay, all right. So okay. What sensitivity and everything do you play on?
I'm trying that with some different sensitivity right now. Right now, I'm kind of studying on 550.
550.
For DPI, excuse me, in my sense.
Oh, DPI and okay.
Yeah.
So DPI 550 and sense what?
Let's see. I have a 5 on BAP.
Okay, that's pretty slow. Oh, okay, that scares me. Why did you say 5 on BAP?
For tanks, I usually run a higher sensitivity.
Now entering.
Okay, I would discourage different senses for different heroes, with the exception of like Ryan and Genji.
Objective A.
But we won't go over that right now. If you have a hard time moving and controlling your wrist to any degree, or if it hurts or gets sore easy or whatever, we're probably going to have to... Slower senses are going to be better for you, because what you can do is you can play a slow sense, and then you can use your elbow as the joint instead of your wrist, is what we can do. That would probably end up being better for you. Alright. We got first point. Whoa!
Here I just get a little bit greedy. I'm gonna repeat that.
Okay, so we do know the damage is good. We just don't know how to do the damage and the healing at the same time. See, like, you should have, like, a good BAP, a better BAP, again, this is probably Masters Plus at this point, because that was a really hard aim, but a better BAP would have been able to heal the Widow and shoot the Genji, like, at the same time.
Okay.
So, like, that's just showing you, like, what I was talking about with Brig with Alex. The more you can fit into a small area, the more things you can do overall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good, we use ult, that's good.
Good job, team. Let's keep it going.
Okay. What is one thing about Baptiste that we have used like once so far out of fight? We haven't used a single time in fight or anything.
IF.
No, we used IF twice in fight. That fight.
Okay.
It's not an ability that's on the screen.
Oh, Exo.
Yeah, it's Exo Boots. Yeah, like, so we used it to get up to that window one time where we almost got our head taken off by a Widowmaker. But other than that, we haven't used it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's really good. It's really good. Now, do you want to be doing it over and over again, just straight up and down in front of a Widowmaker? No, absolutely not. And I'm not suggesting that in the slightest. But it's really good for getting out of positions and in positions and making yourself harder to hit and things like that. Even just small little jumps. So we need, and this is one of the reasons BAP like contends with Brig as one of the more complicated heroes to play in the game. You know he's a little bit easy, is because you have that tech of shooting both buttons at the same time, and you have Exo Boots, and you have IF, and you have heals, and you have a really fast charging ultimate. So you have like 5 things to take care of at the same time, which is the hard part of BAP. BAPs that can take care of like 4 things at the same time basically get to diamond if their mechanics are anywhere near decent. Just off of that.
Burst activated. Get in here.
Oh, so dangerous. You're lucky this Widow misses everything.
Come on.
Okay, now we're using some Exo Boots, right? See, and you're demonstrating perfectly what I was talking about. Is like, it just makes you a little harder to hit. Reagan's going to mute your mic for me, please.
I think before like at that little like intersection, I didn't really use Exo Boost that much, just because I didn't know if she was gonna be watching that window, and I was like, I had that thing above my head, like that archway above my head.
Yeah.
But so just with like smaller jumps and like a half-second charge.
Wall. Reagan, can you mute your mic?
I can hear you. Yeah.
No, you're breathing in your mic. We can hear you breathe.
Oh yeah, sorry. Here, not me.
Let them up. How about a little extra?
What should you be doing at this point?
Probably be taking high ground.
Yeah, good. Immediately take high ground, right? You have all the vision in the world to keep people up, to do damage, to whatever you need to do. No one can contest you because they're running... Where are they? They're running this, so the only thing can contest you is this Genji, which, like, you're not having much of an issue with that. So, like, you know, it's really good to get to the high ground there. Our mechanics could use a little bit of work. We do tend to like kind of we little spam, and it looks like we're like kind of not spinning our mouse, but it looks like we're not totally sure of our mechanics. So we're like purposely like moving our mouse, thinking that we're gonna miss, even though we're like accurate.
So just kind of like an overcorrection type deal.
Yeah, very good. That was really, really well done. Yeah, it's an overcorrection type deal, which a lower sensitivity would lend itself better for that kind of thing as well. See, that was a perfect example. You were on the Zed and flicked way to the left, and because you thought you were gonna miss, and then you flicked way to the right because you knew you missed, and you don't trust your own aim.
0 to 3.
But you did really well. Okay, so on BAP, what are we working on?
That 1-2 tempo with like alternating fires.
Yep, and that's gonna take some getting used to, but that's okay.
General aim and just overcorrection, and probably using exo boots more.
Yeah, using exo boots more in fight, and maybe even figuring out where you could be where you don't need to use exo boots a lot, because we're a lot of times we're using them in specific spots where we have, we have to live, right?
Yes.
Oh goodness, that was weird. I coughed and burped at the same time. Hold on a second. That was very strange. I apologize. All right. Cool. You guys stay here. Let me see how they're doing on the VOD review, and then we'll go from there. Okay.
Said there was a Doom up there.
Oh, okay.
All right. How are we doing in the VOD review?
Good. We're in the last round of Nepal.
Okay. So Chase and Andrew, you two are the diamond players, right?
Okay. That Hanzo built his dragons really
I
fast.
myself as soon as I said that. Sorry. Chase and Andrew, you two are the two diamond players, right?
Yeah.
Technically I'm 2950, but yeah, essentially.
Whatever. Okay. So, you guys stay in here with Elijah and decide whether it would be more beneficial for Elijah to play with you guys or to watch you guys and kind of give you pointers. Okay.
All right.
And then we'll come back up to the camp meeting room after. Just actually no, we don't need to go to camp meeting room. Just play 2 or 3 matches, however much you and Elijah have time for, and then we'll call it a day and we'll come back tomorrow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay.
Sound.
All right, guys. What would be more beneficial for you guys? First of all, Alex, what is your rank on support?
Support, I'm low gold.
Okay, low gold, and then Riggins, you are like low gold, high silver as well in damage.
Yeah.
And then Jonathan, you're what on damage on support and tank?
26 and 2700.
On both?
Yes. I'm 2700 on tank and 2600 on support.
Okay. So the 4 of us. Okay, actually no. The 3 of you will play together. Would it be more beneficial if I played with you guys and kind of helped out as far as figuring out what to do, and how to improve and so on and so forth, or do you want me to just sit back and watch, and
I think if you
and play with?
I think playing would be beneficial, at least for me. I don't know about everyone else.
Yeah, I don't really care. I'm fine with whatever.
Does Jonathan have an opinion?
Whatever they want, I'm good with.
Okay. Give me 1 second to get on an account, and then we will go from there. Then,
You go to the bathroom, be right back.
yeah, go ahead.
Also, I lied. I realized I'm actually 2700 on both.
Okay.
That shouldn't affect anything though.
Yeah, no, this within 1,000, we'll figure it out. It's all good. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm putting the gamer tag I'm using in general chat. Go ahead and add that.
Alright. You need to wait until it's done loading so I can leave the game. You're mad. Alright. I'm adding that one right now.
Okay.
Can't find where to add.
It's gonna be on the not in Overwatch. It's gonna be on Battle.net.
No, it's in Overwatch. Friends,
it is?
and then so go to career profile.
Yeah.
Not career profile. Social friends on the right. It says number of friends online, and then it has like 2 people with like a plus sign. Click on the 2 people with a plus sign, and then
Oh,
enter,
yeah.
enter that.
Yeah. Didn't notice it. I did before, but
Yeah, I'm back.
Or it's done mine.
My gamer, the gamer tag I'm using for this is in the general. Just go ahead and add me, and then I'll add you to the group.
I got added to a party, right?
Yeah, you're good.
I think I might play like Ash or Reaper.
Yeah,
Oh,
play
no.
what you're normally gonna play. I'm gonna fill. So
And that's either Ash or Reaper. I'm gonna do one of the spinny wheels.
go ahead and add that, Alex, and then we'll
Okay.
get started.
Yeah.
Cool,
Okay.
spin.
I was trying to find the thing on the Battle.net client to add the phone.
Oh, yeah,
Okay, there.
Hey, it landed on Ash.
All right.
Cool. I'm playing Ash.
So pick what you're gonna play. As far as roles are concerned.
I'm gonna use the priority pass for you guys.
Yeah, please do if you have.
I
it.
have 14.
You know what? I
I've
don't
been grinding those priority passes.
want to do.
Okay, so healer, tank, blah, blah. Okay, so I'll probably just do this then. So that we guarantee we'll have a healer or a double healer or at least one tank. We'll go from there. All right, when you're coming into this practice time, remember, you have specific goals you're trying to improve upon. You need to focus. It's very hard to focus for the first couple times. Like it's going to take a while for you to like develop the focus essentially. But you can develop it over time. So that's fast.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
Niyang
yeah.
Tower. Niyang Tower.
Select your hero.
Alright, I'm gonna play Ash. Warlock skin, because I end up having decent games with the Warlock skin.
Okay, I am the only tank, so. All right, why don't you play Bap and Lucio, you two, because that fulfills what you're working on. Or Bap and Brig.
Oh, we have
or Bap and Brig.
we have-
Sorry, you were doing Brig Lucio. Brig, but you can work on whatever.
Mercy. But I don't know.
It's whatever you want.
We have a
Ryan.
Symmetra. I can who's good with Symmetra again?
Well, Ash is fine, but Reaper's good too.
Yeah, I guess I'll Reaper.
So like monkey.
Because
Okay.
Oh,
monkey. Monkey. It's a monkey. Hey, there's a monkey here. Oh, I don't like this map.
Capture your
Oh, Winston Diva. Alright.
I mean, I like it, but like, it's good for Reaper alts. How much died? Oh, the Pharah just got taken out. I think she fell off the map. Hey, good job with the. Oh, that poor.
All right, we got it. Nice job.
That Ryan just got melted.
there's the DPS are still alive.
Here, I'll just stay on point.
No. You always get value, right? Take space.
Yeah, but
Take
I'm.
value, should be-
Wait.
Yeah, you can come up here.
Oh wait,
can
yeah, you
tell
still
if
get
they're
points. I
on.
thought you had to stay on point.
No.
I teleported behind them. Oh, I just got. Yeah, McCree just waited there. I teleported too far back.
Yeah, you have to watch for the McCree flashbang.
Baptiste as well. Ooh, could use IF there.
Get in there, gotta get in there. That enemy Reapers are kind of annoying. McCree, high noon. Oh my gosh, that McCree flashbang is gonna make me mad. I kinda might switch to Junkrat if we need. Our Symmetra's just standing there. Change it to Hanzo. Is Junkrat Hanzo? Yeah, where does Junkrat fit into all this? Orisa too. I didn't.
Very poorly.
I don't hear much about Orisa.
Here we go.
All right. Let's focus on the game.
We got a
This one.
Reaper. Oh my gosh, I'm lagging.
I have beat here.
You're
Going back,
you're,
back,
you're
back.
even. Hold on.
Oh, I just died to the McCree.
Yeah.
Alright, I think I'm gonna change copyright. Oh, I just
Oh,
got
You're
kicked
like
out.
that. Yep, that's okay. That happens.
Get you healed up.
Wait, I can't get back in, can I?
No, you can.
Yeah, you can. You can.
You have 2 minutes. And even then, you can still get back in there.
How do we wait?
If you launch it, I think it says rejoin match. Oh.
Rejoin match. Alright, I'm in.
And they used 2 ults, so it's something they didn't need to. So
Come on, come
Now
on,
we
come on,
have
come on, come on.
Claw.
switch Roadhog. Why? Okay.
I'm gonna play a little bit of Genji. I've been practicing.
Good pick.
Oh, watch out. Alright. I'm probably gonna lag out again.
Map separated from the rest of them.
Bruh.
Regan the DPS on point. Oh, I almost did that.
Reaper's pushing in, watch out. He might be ulting.
Oh, you're...
He doesn't have ult.
Reaper's taken
It's
out.
on the
Doesn't have ult.
backside. The
Yeah.
small health pack.
He's dead.
Our diva
That's
just
good.
wait, that's you? Or
Yeah,
who
maybe.
booped the
That's me.
someone just booped the McCree off.
Just need healing, and then we're good to go.
Come back.
Ah shoot. I'm nervous about an ult right here. If that Reaper does have an ult. That guy's dead. Oh, yep. That's what I thought.
Oh.
You got it off. You got it
The
off.
B got off though, okay.
Kill the brig! Kill the. Oh, I just got donked by that McCree. That's unfortunate.
Best round
All right.
lost.
Close. It's fine.
Yeah.
Just a little, yeah, we had a lag out. No big deal. A little more damage output. We're fine.
0 to 1.
Alright. Who works well with Doomfist? I mean, I
Genji's
don't
fine.
know who is. Yeah.
Again, it's not really DPS. Don't really like. It's not really like if the DPS work well together. It's more just the tanks and stuff. I guess I'll play Ryan to try to offset the fact that
I'm gonna wait. I want to try to play Bastion Run.
That's one of the worst combinations. Bastion
Yeah.
wants to sit back and spray. Ryan wants to fall.
That's
Yeah, work
or
all
I've
the
seen
way.
the Orisa Orisa shield, Rhine shield, Bastion thing.
Those are the old.
That's
Yeah.
quick play classic.
Alright, I am up here in this little like lab area. I'm looping around.
Oh, stop boots.
Hits on Zarya. Zarya's shield's almost gone.
Took a
She's
random arrow.
bubbled. At Lucio's annoying.
Alright.
I'm going back up. You're right. Beb does do a ton of damage.
Yeah, probably want to switch off Genji. I mean, Reaper does really well here.
Alright. Who should I switch out to? Like,
Reaper does really well.
yeah. Sombra? I'm pretty good at Sombra. I can.
Zarya's super low.
They're all pretty much all super low.
We're also all pretty low. I'm 90 to beat.
I just hacked the.
One down,
Watch
one
out
down.
for big ult. Watch out for big ult too. I'm hacking. I'm gonna try to hack the. No
Well,
point in
nice.
hacking the Rhine. That's
Lucy's on the
good,
right
that's-
side by the dragon. Going outside. Never mind.
Nice. All right.
Oh,
Sombra was the first person that I ever made. Ah. I'm gonna try to go behind them. Hack someone.
I think they're coming to the outside here. Yeah, they are.
Yep. I'm going for the hack on the. Zarya's hacked.
They're right on the outside. Right on point. Right on point.
Oh, I might lag out again.
There's half a point.
Please. McCree got hacked out of his ult. I hacked the McCree out of the ult.
Nice.
oh, good job.
Yes.
Oh, point control as well.
But I was lagging,
Nice
so
job,
it was
good
so
job.
weird because I just hacked
Alright,
him,
move
and then
up,
I
move
was
up.
like, "Wait, what?"
Just kite it. Just kite it.
It was just...
Watch out, that's nasty.
Oh, the Zarya.
Oh, I feel that
Or
way.
the croissant.
This guy just asked for a
I can
shit.
hack one if needed. I'm running, yeah.
Yeah,
How? Interesting. I'm gonna go change from Sombra.
No, you're almost at ult. No.
Yeah, my ult's at 82. I was just. Ah, of course. Here's the. There's a amp med kit. Amp full kit here.
I'm speeding in.
Zarya's hacked.
One shot ride. Good IF.
Reloading.
Good bubble.
Double. I'm ready to I'm ready to full hack if needed. I'm gonna hack this Reinhardt.
EMP?
Reinhardt's hacked. Get him. Get that Ryan. He's hacked.
There's a Torb turret in their spawn.
Yeah, just get back.
That Ryan knows how to play with a. No. All right, bye.
Lucy's behind you.
Oh.
Josh.
What?
I kind of want to go. I'm gonna.
He's up top.
No, I
He
almost
shoved
just-
down the point.
That was lucky that I didn't hack there. Torb's hacked. Torb's dead.
Lucy's by a large health pack. He's dropping out from there.
Should've died,
Nice.
yeah.
I hacked the rat.
Nice job.
All right, rat's dead.
Round two.
Nice shot.
Let's go.
Score 1-1.
The Sombra's not bad actually. You should consider playing that more.
I'm the Sombra.
Yeah, I know.
I'm the
You should
Sombra.
consider playing that more. I know.
That was the first person that I played when I started. So,
She's actually
and
one
then
of the harder DPS too.
yeah.
There's something to worry about. As Dr. Liao always said.
Should I play ball? I feel like I should play ball.
Should I swap then from the
Yes.
see if we don't have run?
I mean, not necessarily. You can.
I'm booping.
Okay.
Right?
Oh yeah, this is a good.
Sombra's best voice line. The best voice line award goes to Somber and her boop.
Well, they're running a really annoying competition.
Oh, I just almost hacked the wrong person. Oh, the lag though. Yeah, I'm probably gonna lag out here.
Oh, I saw that.
It's alright.
Yeah.
Reinhardt hacked. Oh, I made that jump. That was soon to be bad.
Flight routine activated.
Shoot! I'm out.
Wow, okay.
Alright, let's go.
Ball's gonna be like impossible to play, so let's go Reinhardt.
I just hacked the McCree.
Oh,
I know
got
this
it.
map
I
pretty
can
well.
get back up.
I'm wrapping back around trying to get a point. I'm trying to steal point.
I'll keep. Oh, they're all backing
Ah, I'm
down.
getting-
Lucio's dead?
They're all backing down. You can go to the point.
Actually, I'm good. I'm good.
Lucio's dead,
We're
no
good.
boops. My hero's here.
Ryan's dead. I just got murdered by a Torbjorn. Pro Torbjorns are so annoying to deal with. They do so much damage.
Backside, he's used flash. Got him.
My ult's like
It's
halfway.
front and white.
Oh, one's coming from the back. One and then the
Oh, hello.
Torb's still there.
No, he's with Baptism on that.
Oh, I'm hacking. I'm
Come back
trying to
you.
hack the enemy Reinhardt. Enemy Reinhardt's hacked.
Dead?
Nice.
Get the Rhine off the map.
Oh,
Actually,
that's my fault, it's me.
Oh, it says the Shatter got him off the map. I guess
It was just
he...
the last thing that physically moved him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Ah, I
Wait, how does
can't.
it
There's
work?
Zarya on
He
point,
was in
Zarya
the
on
air.
point, white. Zarya on white.
I don't know what happened.
Bepstein has Bep has his ult. Bep has ult.
oh, I peeked that action though. Put that cover.
Can you help me
What?
in here?
What
Can you
is
help
there?
me in here?
Where's the turret?
Can you help me in here, please?
If I'm trying.
I just know where map
Bummer.
is. That's okay. Oh, you're dead. That's okay.
Yeah. I could have
No,
probably
we're
jumped
even.
doing.
All good.
Yeah. I still have that Lucio.
I just went behind the enemy line, sacrificed myself to get
do
the Rhine. Wait, no. I got killed by the thing, but I hacked the Rhine.
Hacks don't help unless we actually get the kill out of it.
Yeah. They were pushing in, so. Oh, my ult's up.
Yeah, you can all. Well, no. Yeah, I guess you actually have to. So.
Alright, now?
Yeah,
Go
that's good.
Fudge. Yep.
Bep's hacked.
Someone has to kill this turret.
Oh, I had that mortality field and
Bummer.
It's alright. Yeah, so hacks only help us if it's like in the fight and we're in a position to follow up on it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the hacks don't actually help anything, and it doesn't give you ult charge either. Like you have to do damage. The hacks themselves don't give you ult charge.
Yeah.
Ah. Okay. All right. Next.
I might play tank.
No. Play what you're working on.
Yeah, you're right.
felt
I'm
better about
priority.
that game. Those times where I got bronze damage, so I kept on like I lost, then I kept going back and forth between no medals and bronze damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't
I got
it wasn't
silver
a bad
elims that game.
I mean, getting it to round 3 on Lijiang, where it was like 100 to like 60, it's not a bad game.
Yeah.
100%.
In your opinion, what's the hardest character to play?
Well, that depends. Are you asking like the hardest character? It depends, because like Bastion's really hard to play, but that's because he's built wrong, not because he's like actually like good when he's played well.
Like skill wise, hard to play.
Probably Wrecking Ball.
So you'd say you had the highest skill ceiling then?
No, Tracer probably has the highest skill ceiling, but it's easier to get value out of Tracer than Wrecking Ball.
Okay.
What are you gonna play there?
Not really sure. I don't really know this map that well.
Pick something you can work on.
I'm gonna play Echo.
Alright. Then just play Curry, I guess.
Justice ain't gonna dispense itself. I'm not one for standing around.
Focus on what you want to improve on. Continuously focus on it. They also have an echo. They have a ball somewhere. Whoa. They're one down.
The Sigma's like one. Yep.
I got back out and heal a little bit.
Reaper no heal. We're dead. Jeez, we're missing every shot. Oh well.
Probably gonna have duplicate here.
No, they won't.
No?
No. He's at like maybe 70.
Okay. Hog you took.
I'm gonna try Torb.
Well, we need to get control of this high ground and get out of here.
Oh,
Okay, just get out. No big deal.
Yep.
We just need to control that high ground and we're good.
Yeah, we have 4, almost 5 ultimates, so.
Yeah, we have 5 ults.
Start over at the beginning.
If you name his account Pulled Pork, he's playing hog. I don't know.
What's the boost on Echo's ultimate generation? Whenever
600%.
Oh my god.
It's really fair to assume that if she gets if she gets like 2 swings on our Reinhardt, she'll shatter.
Okay.
Give me 2 seconds, I'm getting around the backside. I am really bad.
Long.
Keep a spot.
That's my fault. Back up. Just give me a second. Give me a second.
Hello.
Okay. Oh, unfortunate.
You got all of
Reaper
her little
upstairs
sticky
behind.
bombs on me.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
I just want to cancel that out.
Balls there? Yeah, too late.
Echo's on the left
Mark.
side. I'm gonna start moving up.
Any healing?
Hog no.
Rest in
Just one shot.
That was a nice boot back, but I got rolled forward by a ball. Do you think Ryan's working here, or should I switch?
I don't really think it's a tank problem, but I mean, well, it's not your problem. I think it might be a Roadhog problem, but. Ooh, that was max range.
Ah, ball. We got a ball on me. But he doesn't know
Ball's off the
about
map.
outballing. I need that health pack. Come on. There we go.
Anna's one shot up there.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Oh my
Maybe
gosh,
she have an ult.
this ball is so annoying. That ball's gonna get on my nerves.
So Alex was working on Brig, right? So maybe after beat, he can work on Brig to see if he can deal with the ball, maybe.
Yeah.
I can play Brick if
It'll take
After a
more
beat,
than
sure.
that.
Yep.
Try to go get the Anna Riggins.
Sorry, yeah.
Try to go get the Anna in the far back.
Alright. Yeah, let me just get an opening, and I can. Oh, Reaper right here.
Yeah, he's one shot.
Alright.
Okay, we're up one.
Alright, Anna's... Reaper's here. Yep, that Reaper just... Bummer.
Reaper's one
That
shot.
Reaper knew I was going.
Yeah.
I need a doctor.
Wow, 4 of them. Okay.
60 seconds remaining.
Watch for the sticky bombs from the...
Oh, we're up one.
Yeah, I'm gonna push on this.
That Reaper's half.
Yeah, I tagged the Reaper up. Reaper's super low.
Ball's behind.
I got two. I got two. I got two.
Okay, we're still up one, I think.
I slept.
Oh my gosh, it's endless.
CP.
Back in the saddle again.
Ball can touch, I think.
Yep. That wasn't close at all.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Oh shoot.
Roadhog.
They have 2 Roadhogs on their team.
One of the supports.
I made the Anna get off of that high ground. I think it's over though.
Oh.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just need to find a little bit more more damage in the mid fight. Not quite getting get everything done.
Switching sides. Prepare your defenses.
Alright, what do you play?
Select your hero.
Doomfist, okay.
The DPS was Reaper. What was the second? Reaper Echo.
Yeah, Reaper Echo, yeah. You can play Mercier if you want.
Okay.
Mercy Brig, whichever one.
We'll try it.
I shouldn't overstay my welcome. I'm probably still on the watch list here.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
This time, I will make sure
You should be at peak performance level.
Take
I'll
it
enjoy
on
the
the
quiet.
You test my patience. Did you bring me a present? Did you
Children,
bring me a
behave.
present?
Hello.
You know nothing.
Thank you for your compliance. 5,
Take it
4,
on the chin.
3, 2,
Smoke them out of
1.
there.
Attackers incoming. Defend your support has
I'm gonna be
Oh,
flanking
ball's
from
going
my
around,
right. Yeah.
Watch out, Reaper.
Oh, I thought it was.
Ah, bummer. The Reaper's like all up there.
The ball missed, by the way. It's not coming around the back.
Reaper, yeah, they're getting some space here.
Well, I have ult.
Alright.
Yeah. Just couldn't stay alive long enough.
Oh, I just got hooked by the Roadhog. It's over.
Yeah, this is a pretty hard comp to play Doomfist too. There's nothing really to go get. I mean, there is, but not much.
Don't you love when a Roadhog teabags you?
Eh, happens.
Nothing better. So annoying. Obviously a toxic.
Get me.
I want to go get that Roadhog.
Hog is just getting out, huh?
Oh no.
Onwards to victory.
Send me the wake.
I'm getting that Roadhog if it's the last thing I do.
Reaper's
Oh shoot.
Marissa's half. She's getting healed, there's no way.
Someone triggered the trap.
Healing when you get a chance.
I couldn't peek, but then I got
Yeah,
pooped
you're
out.
fine. You're totally fine.
On the. Oh, there's like one back there. I'm gonna back up.
Did we get them all?
Pretty much, yeah. I have ult again.
Alright.
I both well.
270.
My rip tire's almost ready.
Looks like Reaper could be going.
No, he
top right.
went to their spawn. He's right in
Okay.
front now.
It's a Reaper still. I'm gonna throw down my trap. Hit someone with my bomb. Oh my gosh.
Nice, get out of
The
there.
echo triggered my trap.
Oh, hook on. Nice. Watch out for
I
the
need
soul.
to hear
He's playing really
Mercy.
aggressive. That's a really bad shield on my part.
Can you damage boost me for a sec?
It doesn't
Reaper's
damage
Does it? Yeah, it
boost,
doesn't.
though.
Yeah,
Ah.
yeah.
Reaper's
I'm killing
on the
that Ana.
right
Oh, bro,
side
the
on
Ana
Hog.
destroyed it.
Never
Bummer.
mind.
It's a ball behind you guys. Yeah. He was just like standing still trying to shoot you, but just like all the shots.
More no fade.
Just one shot.
Ah, Roadhog's here. I'm low.
Can't
Ah,
hit
bummer. I
you.
have
One,
the no
no,
heal.
Ash,
Yeah, there we go.
Echo.
We're good.
Ash, one shot, yeah. I mean,
Better.
Echo, one shot.
Echo, yeah.
That's all the same, dude.
Someone
Valve, am I
destroyed
right?
the trap. I just hit the Ana and Roadhog. Oh shoot.
So aggressive, yeah.
I'm
Roadhog.
good.
Oh, Roadhog almost got
push,
stuck
nope.
in my trap. Bummer.
That's more damage.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
No.
Oh yeah, Nano Hog got it. Nano Reaper rather.
Bummer. GG's.
Touching the point. But...
They pushed me on point. I can't do anything about that.
GG.
So yeah, that's alright.
What's that wrecking ball skin?
What? I don't know. I don't know skins.
Oh.
Let's see. We got time for one more. If you guys want to.
Man, I'm down for another one if they are.
Yeah, I'll do another one.
I'm gonna try tank. With I guess I'll do support then. I'll just
Be
play
right back.
flex.
Gotta go get changed for work.
We'll get that last one in. Just refocus on what we're focusing on. Oh, each individual's focusing on, and just try to improve at that. You can always improve on something, even if even if the other team is like full rank ahead of you, or you're rolling them, or whatever. It's still something. Still always something to focus on.
Traveling to Mumbai. Prepare to
What the?
attack.
Oh, I'm a healer. Okay.
Select your hero.
All right. What are we doing?
Alright, I'm gonna play Reinhardt maybe. I don't know. Should I play Monkey or Reinhardt?
Okay. So, Josh.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Here.
I think I'm gonna put a Orisa.
What do you want to play, Treasure? Alex?
I don't know. What are the? We should probably play like BAP, right? And what would be the?
Anna's okay.
Or
We can
who?
have
Who's
a-
our? Oh,
we
it's
have
Sigma.
we have a
Genji, yeah.
We have a Genji, so Anna's not terrible.
Sigma. Who should I play if there's a Sigma?
Irisa's fine. Irisa's great.
Arisa's good, but super, yeah.
Oh, Josh, on a completely unrelated note to Overwatch, I'm starting college, like 2 weeks. Any advice for a upcoming freshman?
Yeah, make the schedule I talked about.
Yes, I was gonna do that. Yes, 100%. I've already put down like some of the basic like my work as for like for now.
Okay.
Oh,
Honestly, this also sounds really basic, but always go to class. Like it's really easy to be like, oh, I can skip one, not a big deal, but like just always go to class.
Alright. Their main tank's dead.
Yes.
Can someone get this? Like. Oh, that Lucio's annoying. Do we kill it?
Good Lucios are always annoying.
Alright. We got the car with the windshield.
Oh no.
Alright.
Block that Widow shield. That Widow's still by that tree back there.
Someone. Okay, maybe I don't want to go over there.
Yeah, we need to poke around a second and kind of clear out. Okay, they have no shield, no shield.
Missed that rock.
I must have Nano. Oh, actually, I saw him.
Oh shoot, I'm dead. What killed me? Oh, that Widowmaker.
Oh, I didn't have shield on cool. It was on cooldown there.
And I'm gonna play a Reinhardt. I gotta go Reinhardt.
Makes sense.
I almost have
We
block.
don't have a main, like we don't have a thick shield tank.
Maybe I can bait out.
Oh, and of course I have to get.
Ult.
Yes. Try to get the Ryan if you can. Or no.
Nice job.
Let's go, Genji.
I'm gonna try to pin Sig. Oh shoot, nope, not
That
off the map
Widow's
because
still
I'm just
alive.
that pro epic gamer.
Yeah.
That would have still left it there. One shot.
Oh,
Yeah, she's
their
up right.
enemy Ryan's dead. Enemy Ryan's dead. We're good.
Good job.
I don't think she's gonna repeat that.
I love this map so much. It's so much fun, especially at the end
Almost
when you have a
everyone hates
Reaper.
this map.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
for
like
example,
one of the least popular maps in the game.
what's that
Because
say?
people
What?
just don't like the.
Mostly because of the first point.
Yeah.
Ryan's anti. Oh my god, he just got deleted.
That's what a Discord does. Oh no! Don't do
Pushing it.
that. Just
Okay.
get back.
I pushed him back. I pushed him back. They're all pushed back. The Genjis.
Are these guys ever gonna ult?
Oh, Widow's on the left side stairs.
I need some
Ryan's
healing.
going up top. I can't heal you from
Yeah, I
here.
need you to get out of there.
Oh.
Ash. The Ash was legit AFK right until I just come out and she just shoots me. Probably checking her
Bob was
phone,
sent
talking
up
to
the stairs, so we don't have to
Kanye.
worry about that.
Eventually, they're gonna ult and I'm gonna trance. One day.
The world would be so much better if Reinhardt could make 90-degree turns with his charge.
Well, just wait until Overwatch 2. There it is.
Oh no
I only got one person.
I canceled it.
Well, alright. Well, Miles gets this time. Push.
We can congrats him to this, I guess, yeah.
That Widowmaker's annoying. Oh, I got pinned. It's over for me. I gotta change. Wait, how's my shatter doing? 82% on my shatter.
Nano blade there. I just saw the Genji was low and had his ult. And I thought there was
Ryan's
something
on-
left. Oh, there's
hey.
still Ryan on Kurt. Ryan
And, Moira.
Oh my.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm dealing with a Zed. Help!
Oh my gosh.
Oh my.
I need healing.
Alright, we need, yeah.
Repetition is
My Earth Shatter's up. I'm gonna try to flank behind them and Earth Shatter them.
Okay.
We did it! We
Nice.
did it! I did it!
Nice. Good job.
That
Break
Widow's
the
still alive,
signal.
right?
Right. Yep, we're
Give me
good.
like 2 seconds. There.
Oh, we finally beats now. Nice block on that shatter.
Yeah, that was me.
Good job. Push in.
It's Monkey.
Good job. It's a good round, guys.
Let's go.
Good job.
I just see the Reinhardt hitting from the high ground.
Eh, whatever.
I
No,
just
it was,
yeeted off
after, it was after the thing was over. Just,
Yeah, that was me. I was the Reinhardt that game. Oh boy, Reinhardt again. So Reinhardt's shield can block Earth Shatters?
yeah.
The more you know. The Black Heart, doesn't that give you like it's like pay to win or something because the axe is reduces the visibility.
What? I've
Yeah,
never
the
heard
axe-
that.
Smaller?
The axe is thinner, so you can see more.
Oh, like you have a
Than
bigger.
Oh,
Then a
I
big,
mean,
thick hammer.
like, sure, but not really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a shield for third person, so
Yeah. You can hold down shield, the shield right click, and then hold down left click at the same time. You can literally like spin around and look around without moving. You can spin the camera.
Oh, I had no idea that that's a thing.
Yeah.
Oh
you can
wait,
just
they,
look
they had a
around.
lever? I didn't even realize.
No, they just left. Like it was like literally.
Okay. It's all minus 50 SR, and I was like, huh?
Josh, hopefully this isn't an insult, but your kind of VOD reviews kind of reminds me of Jane's.
It's not an insult. Thank you. Jane's a good coach.
Yeah. I have an Echo. Echo Ana, Diva, Ryan, Moira.
They're coming through here.
Moira's
bottom.
going down
The
middle.
bottom.
For some
Watch
reason.
out, they're all here. They're all here.
Ryan's Discord. You can just swinging on him.
Echo's on high ground.
That's my fault.
Alright, we bonked them. Their tanks are gone, right? Where's the diva?
I wasn't paying attention to Echo. I was trying to get an teammate.
He's one shot if you want to kill him.
He's gonna get that health back before I can just do.
What? The Moira is
What
legit
the-
just standing still.
She's giving up. She's giving up.
Yeah. Because one of the
Diva's still
elementals-
behind us.
Oh my gosh, I just got bubbled.
Oh, is Diva all the way behind?
If you can Discord that Ryan. Oh my gosh, you
With
just
an echo?
knocked each other.
There's something behind us. Is it Diva?
Yeah,
Diva.
Baby, no.
She's
Diva or
leaving,
baby.
She's going top.
Diva and Nick.
What is this
This is
game?
a Reinhardt bottom right.
Oh shoot!
Shoot, what?
Moira's
there's
just
Echo.
DPSing.
That runs just.
That Ana's alone. Just.
Yeah, I think the Ryan's also
Oh, there's this
trying
echo.
to creative place.
I can't block
The
me.
Moira is just spinning.
Got her.
That's so funny. Whoosh, whoosh. Yeah, Diva.
Yeah,
Your
you might
little
wanna get
matrix
out.
blocked my sword. Get over here. Shing shing. You can't do anything.
Winston now
I
and
feel like
Brig.
you have a lot more
I'm
fun playing
sweaty.
tank than you do.
Need health.
Engage.
Reinhardt. I got pinned.
Oh, I
Back,
slept him
welcome.
right after you got pinned, so. I kind of wanted to nano you, but we have blades.
We're actually down one, so.
Alright. My Earth Shatter's almost ready. Not, it's gonna be a game changer because I feel like we're gonna win anyways, but.
Actually, they're.
Yeah, they're up or something right now.
Yeah, a little bit.
If they had pressed W, that would have been dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you got blocked this so hard.
I didn't.
Oh my god, they're all in here! They were all in there.
Oh, it's the raid boss Brig. Ana's low.
Oh,
Never mind.
It's a 3v6.
No, we've killed a few.
No,
lot
they
of
all
players.
left.
If you threw a Diva bomb in there, that would have been insane. Hello.
Wait, do we just leave or do we go to the camp meeting?
We're done. This game will be over in a minute, but we're done, so you can.
Yeah, I gotta go straight after.
Yeah. The homework. Again, I'm not gonna like check your homework, but the homework is to make a schedule and then do the
Yeah.
The Kovacs thing.
the Kovacs.
I already have a
benchmarks.
schedule fully set up with my parents, so.
Yeah.
Alright.
Like, not as like I'm not gonna do it just because of that, but like, I do because I'm not organized whatsoever.
Oh, does your college team have does your college have a team? I don't know why I couldn't get that out.
Me?
I'm assuming-
Right now, I'm
No,
not
the
even in
person that
college.
said the person that said he started college.
Yes, they do. Actually, we're in Oklahoma. You know what Lawton is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to Cameron, so.
Diva might
I
ult.
actually did
Diva
not
might
know they
ult.
had a team.
Oh, they're backcapping.
Yeah, it's fairly new. I think they got their whole like setup just like maybe 3 years ago.
That's not that new.
In the Lucio.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm out. See you all tomorrow.
Bye.
GG's. Marshmallows.
Actually,
Good job, guys.
my high school had a team too. We got fourth in state.